Good morning. Maybe I should stand in the light for those who are joining remotely. Welcome, my name is Katia Traije. I'm co-curating the conference together with Jaro for Fiber Festival 2022 on the theme of mutation. Yesterday, we had a lot of discussions that were evolving around the question of how to attune to our mutating worlds, with questions around how to engage with our sometimes impenetrable energy systems, but also the question of listening, how to listen differently to frequencies that perhaps our ears are not attuned to yet. Today we have the pleasure to talk more about collective modes of reorientation. And where yesterday's, let me see. So today we will ask how we can practice communal forms of thinking, experiencing, and action on a damaged planet. And we will start the day with two very honored guests, Richard Seymour, welcome here, and also Selçuk Balamir. I will introduce you both in a bit. So in response to Western extractivist and capitalist information and energy systems, researchers, activists, artists propose alternative modes of government and post-capitalist design strategies based on ecological ethics to sustain existing and also fostering new communities and alliances. So we are living in a world that is contaminated by industrial pollution and losing more species every year, which we will hear more about later, without a clear path, of course, to grand-scale regeneration. And in order to continue at all on this human damaged planet, it's necessary to learn about how best to live and perhaps also to die within the entanglements that we are part of. So how can we foster ecological consciousness and contribute to repairing and regenerating this damaged but perhaps not yet broken planet? And first, I would like to introduce to you Selçuk Balamir, who is perhaps already here. Maybe appearing with us. Yes, on the screen we can see you, Selçuk. Selçuk Balamir is a designer, educator, and organizer working at the intersections of creative production, radical politics, and ecological transition. Selçuk was born in Ankara, studied in Strasbourg, and currently resides in Amsterdam, but now at this moment also in Ankara, so it's a circular movement. He currently teaches eco-social design at the Willem de Koning Academy in Rotterdam, and he's also this year's artist in residence at the Amsterdam Academy of Architecture, organizing a very interesting summer school that we will also hear a bit more about later. His PhD in cultural analysis at the University of Amsterdam is on commoning practices in post-capitalist design. Some of the projects he co-developed are Climate Games, which is a transmedia event enabling peer-to-peer disobedience, and Shell Must Fall, a grassroots campaign targeting shareholder meetings. He co-initiated the housing project Nieuwland, a post-capitalist urban commune, and the Nieuwe Meent, a cooperative based on commoning. I will introduce Richard Seymour later, but first, Selçuk, I would like to give this microphone through all our layers of telecommunication to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Katia. Thank you, Allegra, and all the Fiverr crew for the festival and the conference. I'm actually having a massive FOMO right now, not being there, being away from Amsterdam, but I'm still grateful for this opportunity to be able to follow and contribute remotely. So indeed, my talk will focus on what brought me here to do these things. I will just juggle some windows here to share my slides. Here we go. Okay. So yeah, as Katia mentioned in her introduction, I'm a designer by training, a researcher by profession, and an activist by inclination. And over the last decades, I had various attempts to conceive and practice post-capitalist design. So I'd like to share some of those strange circuitous routes that led me to this journey. And I see all of them as imperfect and incomplete experiments, but I would still encourage you to try these at home if you can. And I will tell this story in 3 parts, each time emphasizing another subjectivity that I mentioned: the researcher, the designer, and the activist. And I'll start with the most boring one, the researcher. So it all started actually when I was graduating from my design studies, not knowing how to practice design outside commercial, capitalist, market-based ends. So I didn't want to be an advertiser. So I did something that maybe many people tried to do, and I retreated to the academia and did a PhD in cultural analysis to research exactly these questions. To what extent can design be disentangled from capital? To how do we prefigure a resilient and regenerative economy? And is there a post-capitalist blueprint for a rapid and just eco-social transition? Of course, these are not new interrogations at all. Here's, for instance, how Buckminster Fuller set that agenda for design in the 60s. He says, make the world work for 100% of humanity in the shortest possible time with spontaneous cooperation and without ecological damage or disadvantage of anyone. It's not necessarily a groundbreaking or original expression, but I like that that he hints at this intersection between social justice and ecological imperatives, but also this juxtaposition between the time pressure, the shortest possible time, with what he calls spontaneous cooperation. From this, I hear that there are no top-down planners or designers that can save us, no silver bullets to solve all this, but an organic, networked, messy organization that can meet the challenges of scale and speed that we are in. So I had these kinds of expectations from post-capitalist design as well. But since my research was meant to be an academic work and not really a crystal ball reading, I decided to focus on the most mundane and practical kinds of product design practices. So I looked at tools, machines, means of production. I studied modular kits, DIY machines, and construction systems. Here you see a few examples that stand out. There is open structures on the top left, which is called an Esperanto of objects, where every piece fits each other and you can make other things, new things from each other. You see a wiki house on the bottom right corner, which is a CNC cut plywood structures that can like reinvent how we do housing. And on the bottom left, you see precious plastic, which enables to create communities and livelihoods around recycling plastic waste. There were a few common threads to all these practices. The main that stood out is that they all rely at various degrees on commoning, which can mean a few things. It can mean doing or making in common. It can mean producing or practicing commons, or it can mean being or becoming a commoner. So I kind of identified these three instances of commoning in design labor, in design knowledge, and design artifacts, which I ended up naming peer designing, open blueprints, and maker machines based on the social movements around these practices. So I thought that this triad stood in direct opposition to the commodification of design and offered a viable alternative on how we can substitute these processes of commercial jobs, patents, copyrights, and consumerism and obsolescence by much more responsible forms. Of course, much messier, so don't believe me when I propose a simple 1 + 1 + 1 kind of formula. So I'm going to share a few of the more nuanced findings and conclusions I reached at. So one thing I noticed is that even though these projects are remarkable experiments and I love them all, prefiguration alone is not enough. Projects that were the most successful, the most influential, are the ones that were able to combine these exemplary prefigurative practices in the here and now with equally impressive speculative discourses. So they dare to blend this messy, imperfect experiments with bold, visionary propositions. So neither DIY hobby nor pure design fiction, it's that combination that makes me call these emergent practices post-capitalist. And call it pattern recognition or call it wishful thinking, another tendency I observed is the desire to integrate and converge these practices. So independent instances of post-capitalist design are all cute and everything, but what's really interesting and exciting is those instances of spontaneous cooperation, to echo Fuller again. Another way to put this is if we are to move from these separate, disparate post-capitalist design practices to an integral vision of designing post-capitalism, we need to keep in mind that that implies less master plan and more collective action. So it's by definition a queer, hybrid, mutant process practiced by multitudes. I ended up calling my research Unsustaining the Commodity Machine, because I wanted to counter this erosion of the term sustainability, which basically means to keep things as they are with the smallest tweaks possible. And I also wanted to emphasize that it's not that myopic attention to commodities themselves that matters, but disrupting, interrupting, or unsustaining the reproduction of commodification or the commodified social and productive relations that matters. And in my conclusion, I propose a threefold post-capitalist design ethos. Love what you share what you make what you love, or protect the commons, the earth, the living, communalize your labor, your ideas, your stuff, and seek unalienated creation. And in the next projects I will be talking about, I try to uphold these values as much as possible. Now, I can't see the audience, but you can all wake up. The academic theorization is over. To be absolutely honest, this kind of academic research wasn't really for me. I was quite restless, and I wanted to practice what I preached. I wanted to experiment and experience it firsthand. So in parallel to my research, I have been also engaged in some social design practice, or maybe creating opportunities for designing commoning. And if my research was on the scale of objects, my practice took the spaces of living as its primary scale of intervention. And it all started with Nieuwland, a community building in Amsterdam East. Some 7 years ago, we acquired and renovated this old primary school building to co-design, self-produce, and self-manage our spaces of living, working, and socializing. That's also still where I currently live, but I'm not there now, unfortunately. So in Nieuwland, the building belongs to the association, which cannot sell it. So it's taken out of real estate market forever. It's in this way intended to become a counter-gentrification agent in a neighborhood which is horribly popping up with all the pop-up stores and hip cafes. And to also provide some sort of a community infrastructure, especially for activists and non-commercial activities. But most importantly, I guess that this wasn't a theoretical exercise, right? It is all the blood, the sweat, the tears that went into it that taught me more about commoning every day than the books I read about it. And that makes me realize that, like, this is not for everyone. I am very much aware of it. So I'm not going to wax lyrical and say, yeah, go jump on it. It took 2 years to make this building livable enough with immense efforts with all my housemates. Because, you know, indeed, we combine all these different practices in our lives, and we don't have the luxury to just completely dedicate ourselves to these. But still, this is the place where I live together with these 2 humans and 1 cat. This is where I work and socialize and organize. It made it possible to greatly disentangle my life from market relations and enjoy what some call luxury communism. It gave me physical, mental, financial stability. And especially during the 2 years of the pandemic, I appreciated the abundance of space, the generosity of people, and the pleasures of everyday life more than ever. Now, I could potentially live there happily ever after, and that would be the end of the story. But once again, I was quite restless. I wanted to carry the learnings of Nieuwland to the next and preferably larger scale interventions. So 4 years ago, we applied to a tender by the municipality to build from scratch a new housing cooperative, this time 5 times larger. And we called it the New Remains, the New Commons. We agreed on 4 foundational principles for our project, because it turns out the ingredients for post-capitalism and post-capitalist design is much more than just commoning alone. Here you see them on a Venn diagram, so it looks all smart and elegant. But to be perfectly honest, I had no idea how challenging it would be to uphold and balance these principles, and we are still struggling. It's caring for each other means to allow each other to not be able to work on this full time. Being mindful of diversity also means that it is not people who have all the privilege, all the network, all the capacity to pursue such a project that needs to be part of it. Yeah, we can have all our ambitions on sustainability, but the financial sustainability of the project is not always a given. So again, dropping some nice keywords was nice, only to experience how intricate and complicated these become in real life. And here comes the post-capitalist real estate agent part of my talk. New Remains is a 7-story wooden construction with 40 units of social housing and living groups. Every group has a strong character and a custom floor plan. It's all those floors on the tower. The project has a budget of nearly 7 million euros, which is a combination of a mortgage from a credit union, public finance from the municipality, and crowdfunding that we self-organized. So hopefully this is not all, there is no ink on the paper yet, but there is no private banking involved. And if everything goes all right, which it probably won't, but bear with me for a moment, the construction is supposed to start later this summer, with the hope to move in later next year. Coming back before Newland, I want to mention that I was paying more than half of my income to a rentier landlord, and I had no idea about housing cooperatives. There was no prefiguration and no speculation in my life. While Newland provided this prefigurative commoning practice in my life, and my research also gave me this speculative post-capitalist discourse. So again, it is that combination between prefiguration and speculation that became that potent winning formula that convinced the municipality. And hopefully soon enough, I might witness my wildest dreams materializing brick by brick. And who knows, maybe you'll get to hear the rest of the story in a few years. Once these dreams turn into reality, what happens? But still, if you think about it, I should be the last person to initiate this. I already live in communal luxury. So why did I even bother and put 4 years of my life into this messy, complicated project? It's because I benefited from years and years of legal, bureaucratic, administrative, financial work from the initiators of Newland, who don't even live in Newland. And I benefited with this roof, with this community, with all this possibility to organize and to do these things. So it's now my turn to provide for others, and this time hopefully for even more people, because that's how commoning works. You pay it forwards. That's how commons proliferate. It actually has a mirroring effect to how commodities and capital reproduces itself. But our thinking is not mechanistic, but much more the living, breathing relations between people. Now, coming to the final part, the final subjectivity. Let's face it, I'm presenting lots of hope, lots of possibilities, solutions, alternatives. All of this might be quite irrelevant if we fail to bring about an epochal, a civilizational breaking point in this very decade zero, which could maybe, just maybe, eventually give us that narrow window of opportunities to prevent a complete climate breakdown and a mass extinction. So that's why The climate justice movement has been in the center of my practice for more than a decade, and that's where I want to focus on the last. The climate justice movement took me to the ends of the world and back. It made me put my body on the line in front of the machines over land and sea. These are not movie shots, they are really actions that I took part in. On the left, you see the coal harbor in Amsterdam. On top right, it is the queer feminist finger in Ende Gelände, where thousands of people every year stop lignite mines. And on the bottom right, you see a flotilla in the Venice lagoon, stopping one of those cruise ships. In these actions, by just being a participant in those, I learned that disobedience is not only the greatest form of body art and land art, as you can see in these, but it's also the engine of social progress in history. So I thought, how can I contribute to those more than a body, maybe as a creative individual as well? So becoming a social movement organizer and putting my creativity in the service of strategy turned out to be the ultimate form of post-capitalist design. But I'm not talking about doing art or design about ecology or doing these on behalf of movements. I'm really talking about developing campaigns, growing collectives, organizing actions, which is humbling, inspiring, and validating work. But sometimes something as simple as a banner, as you see here, manages to blend art and politics, and it is simultaneously conceptual, relational, performative practice. But of course, these modest starts in just providing propaganda material and communication material for movements was not gonna cut it. Another way to do this has been to integrate creativity at the heart of disruptive tactics. So together with the Laboratory of Insurrectionary Imagination, we organized in 2014, 15 and beyond the Climate Games. This is a platform, a game, a transmedia event where affinity groups, so little teams, design and carry out their own playful and disruptive actions against the fossil fuel industry. And then they peer review each other's actions and earn badges for the most courageous, the most humorous, the most discreet, or the most surprising, and so on actions. Some call this peer-to-peer disobedience. The slogan that we borrowed from the French ecological struggles, we are not fighting for nature, we are nature defending itself, became something more than clever branding, but it became a creative brief for all the groups to interpret this message and to make their action being an embodiment of this slogan. On the top right, you see some of these badges I mentioned. So by gamifying disobedience, we were super excited to build up towards the COP21 edition in Paris. But just a few weeks before the climate summit in December 2015, the terror attacks in Paris shook all of us and derailed all the plans and made the French government ban all mass protests. Suddenly, it was impossible to meet more than 3 people for a protest for any kind of public action. We decided to defy the ban with the following statements. That we said, we will not bend to the politics of fear that stifle liberties in the name of security. That the biggest threat to security, to life in all its forms, is the system that drives the climate disaster. History is never made by those who ask for permission. Like the mushrooms that emerge at dawn, the ants that scuttle across borders at night, we will rise out of fear and shock. We will adapt and resist. We are not fighting for nature. We are nature defending itself. And this was a risky move. We were expecting the French police at our door at any moment, but it's proved to be an effective and the whole decentralized format of the climate games proved to be more resilient for such crises than the big organizations. In those 2 weeks, which were incredibly bleak and scary, where we felt the repression at our neck at all times in the streets, more than 120 teams carried out more than 200 actions. And in the following years, there were 6 local climate games editions that were organized independently from us all across Europe. So in other words, the format kept replicating itself like a living organism, just by the participants becoming organizers themselves. So there's this mutating, evolving mechanism built into the design of climate games itself. Flash forward 4 years to 2019. This time I was busy with another campaign, Shall Must Fall, this time mobilizing to cancel the shareholder meeting of the carbon giants. We actually launched this campaign first by announcing our intentions to the shareholders and the board of directors themselves. We attended the shareholder meeting and called this, it's a historic day. This is the last time you will be meeting as a shareholder meeting, because in the midst of a climate emergency, the last thing that we need is people like you being in charge and taking decisions. So we said, next year, we will do all that is in our power to disrupt, to block and cancel your AGM. So if you think about it, we started by imagining how we can prefigure an energy democracy right now in the present. And we concluded that we need to speculate for a future beyond Shell. We need to make that future graspable and reachable. And this sent us in 2 directions, organizing this mass disruptive actions in Scheveningen, in The Hague. At the same time, we were also organizing this Future Beyond Shell Summit to bring together a bunch of allies and like-minded organizations to think about how we can actually move to a future beyond Shell. Do we need to tax, regulate, socialize, expropriate, decommission, nationalize, or bankrupt Shell? Or how do we do all of it together? How do we don't necessarily pick and choose among our tactics, but push it by any means necessary? Shell Must Fall became the most highly anticipated mass action of 2020. But this time, it was the coronavirus that derailed our plans and canceled the shareholder meeting without us. So we were still somewhat prophetic in our prediction, but we didn't actually get to do it. They just moved it online. And perhaps we just missed that narrow window of possibilities of that tactical innovation. In the following year, as you may know, Shell decided to move its headquarters to UK. They use some lousy excuses for streamlining their internal operations and But if you listen to Financial Times, they called it's the combination of the court case, the taxes, and the street mobilizations against them that were mounting up that pushed them to this capital flight, basically. But still, there's a lesson here because, 2 years of work and we did not exactly achieve what we wanted to achieve. It is that when designing on a volatile planet, we need emergent strategy embedded into the core of our practices. And here comes the coda for my talk. During the pandemic, because also it was quite hard to organize big numbers, I started to teach a course called New Earth or Eco-Social Design in an art school. It was a way for me to share my learnings on post-capitalist design, on commoning practices, and on climate justice with a new generation, with Greta's generation, if you like. We indeed call this how to repair and regenerate an unjust, damaged, but not yet broken planet. Among other tracks and practices in this program, just 2 weeks ago, we concluded a 4-week workshop with second-year students to produce climate propaganda for TikTok. So actually, I would like to shut up and let one of their works have the last word instead. But thank you all for bearing with me. And after the TikTok video, I'm looking forward to Richard's talk and to talk afterwards.
All in the same boat. But are we? Imagine yourself on a boat with someone else, let's call them Brian. You're floating and enjoying your trip. Slowly you start noticing that Brian is pouring water in the boat. You try to seek contact but your voice isn't heard. Ineffectually you try to get the water out of the boat, but the only tool you have is a spoon. Meanwhile, a storm is approaching. Your boat is shaking and filling up with water even faster. Concerned you look towards Brian hoping to get help, but he is too busy filling the boat with water to notice the storm or hear you scream. Slowly, the boat starts sinking, but the strange thing is, Brian isn't. Shocked you look at what is happening in front of you. Brian, who seemed to be in the same boat, was in another boat all along. And while you are drowning, he doesn't only not help, but even worsens the sinking. The situation we just illustrated is one we are all familiar with. Try to keep this metaphor in mind when the subject of climate change comes up. Do you still think we're all on the same boat? Or are we solely in the same storm?
Thank you, Selçuk. Wow. Yeah, I think we will continue this question, whether or not we're in the same boat or not. And yeah, on climate propaganda on TikTok and other media very soon. But first, I would like to introduce to you Richard Seymour. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation and being here with us in the room. Richard Seymour is a North Irish Marxist writer and broadcaster, now living in London. He's a founding editor of Salvage, a biannual journal of revolutionary arts and letters. In 2016, Seymour completed his PhD in sociology at the London School of Economics, titled Cold War, Anti-Communism and the Defense of White Supremacy in the Southern United States. Seymour's most recent books include The Disenchanted Earth and The Twittering Machine, which I will recommend you to read after this weekend. His writing can be found in the New York Times, The Guardian, The New Statesman, the London Review of Books, ABC Australia, Al Jazeera, in these times and other publications. And I really look forward to your talk and talking more about abundance very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks to the Fibre Festival for having me here. I'm very glad to be in Amsterdam. And thanks to Selçuk for his amazing and inspiring talk. After that infusion of hope into the room, I hope to suck some of the optimism out of you and restore you to a more, if I may say so, a more effectively British state. So I have a speech I'm going to read out. You'll just have to bear with me if this feels at first a little bit, I don't know, it's a bit impersonal if I'm reading a speech out, but I will try and communicate with you as I go through it. So my speech is called Red Zoopolis, and the first question that I ask is, what could plenty mean in a finite planet? Traditionally, socialist utopias have envisioned a society based on a superabundance of essential goods, which could be treated as though they were free. And as a result of that, markets would be eroded and the compulsion of work would be reduced. I mean, historically, one of the examples economists in the socialist tradition would give would be salt, which was so abundant, would be treated by consumers as though it were free and therefore could, in principle, be supplied without market constraints, market rationing. Was all this a fossil fuel dream? Most essential goods we know, from manufactured artifacts to foodstuffs, are energy intensive. And energy is going to have to be rationed either by price, by queue, or by economic plan. Why is this? Well, 100% renewables is improbable within the short window of time that we have. One influential report estimated that a totally renewable world in 2030 would need to generate 17.1 terawatts of solar energy, 13 terawatts of wind energy, and various other types of energy alongside that. That would require 3.8 million new wind turbines, 49,000 new concentrated solar plants, and 1.7 billion rooftop PV systems. Now, currently, global wind capacity is 650 gigawatts, while solar capacity is 583.5 gigawatts. I think that figure is from a couple of years ago now, so it may be a little outdated. So basically what I'm saying is current capacity in renewable energy would have to increase 20 or 30-fold to meet this desideratum. The system would have to be capable not only of producing this amount of energy, but it would have to meet a realistic level of demand. It would have to provide electricity to 99.9% reliability, even during extreme conditions, such as those induced by climate crisis. It would also have to deliver frequency close to standard, which is 50 to 60 hertz, and would have to entail a completely overhauled system of what are called ancillary services, which are functions that keep the grid working reliably. And on top of that, it would need an enormous and global network of high voltage AC transmission lines to meet demand, which would raise interesting geopolitical and geoeconomic questions. Now, it hasn't been shown that all of this can be done, even by 2050. And even if it could, we'd still have to cut energy use. A study by the UK Fires think tank found that even with 100% renewables, the UK would have to use only 60% of its current energy levels and have 60% of its current road traffic and have no shipping or aviation whatsoever. No shipping in this world economy. On top of that, globally, we've also got to provide for a larger population. By 2050, the UN estimates that the world population will peak at 9.7 billion. Now, eco-Malthusians will say that population really is the problem. And their critics quite rightly say that controlling population growth in sub-Saharan Africa is not going to make much of an impact. It will make a negligible difference because their share of the use of materials and energy in the world system is actually very small. And that's where the growth is coming. Well, that's all true, but why should we take vast global inequality as a premise rather than as a problem? Capitalism's historic promise was there being no hard limits to growth, all the formerly colonized countries could play catch-up, as countries like Japan did after the Second World War. The magic formula of capitalist growth was, therefore, what made the reality of global inequality compatible with the declared principle of equality, because everyone has, allegedly, in principle, an equal shot at getting rich. Well, there are binding physical limits to growth, and if the growth promise no longer holds water, then a new dilemma arises, because either the principle of human equality is honored, or the principle of human inequality is affirmed and supported with authoritarian violence and militarized forms of extractivism, and the aggressive climate denialism, as in nihilism, of the nationalist right, which resembles nothing so much as a section of humanity trying to do everything on its bucket list before the end, which indeed, like Holocaust denialism, contains a secret affirmation, a willing it on, strongly pushes in the direction of militarized violence and extractivism. And the worse the crisis gets, the stronger the denialist reflexes have been. We've already seen this. Antifa was to blame for the Oregon wildfires. The Green New Deal caused the Texas snowstorms. And where even an ecological crisis is acknowledged, the shift from fossil fascism to eco-fascism doesn't actually change too much politically. The blame is still placed on surplus humanity and out-of-place biology. From the eco-fascist lone wolf murderers, such as the Buffalo shooter, to far-right leaders like Le Pen, to reactionary pundits like Tucker Carlson, migration and ecological spoliation are the same thing. It's out-of-place biology. Ecofascism has authentic roots in European ecological and fascist thought, from Ernst Moritz Arndt's defense of the rights of wilderness and the single unity of all nature, more than a century before Bolivia's Pachamama laws, to Ludwig Klage's spitting contempt for the man of progress, announcing his masterful presence by spreading death everywhere. Klages was not referring to colonial genocide, I hasten to add, but to the elimination of wild species. So ecofascism is present in the environmental movement, from, I don't know, Garrett Harding to Dave Foreman of Earth First. You're probably familiar with this trend, and is latent in the eco-Malthusianism of the mainstream of environmentalism. There will be strong pressures as the crisis develops to convert it into a war on surplus humanity and on those climate refugees who will be stigmatized as tantamount to invasive species. Now, if we don't accept this brutal logic, and if we honor the principle of human equality, and if the majority of the world's people have legitimate development needs, then we face a real dilemma. Because in 2016, an analysis by the economist James Midway pointed out that even if the population peaked at only 9 billion, and even if GDP per capita was frozen in the overdeveloped world at about 2007 EU levels, so that would be an actual cutback now, the world economy would still have to be 6 times larger than it was then to ensure the same standard of living for everyone. And even then, to keep temperatures under 2 degrees above pre-industrial temperatures, already an inadequate target, as we now know, carbon intensity would have to fall to 14 grams a dollar of GDP, compared to 770 grams as it was in 2006. I hasten to add, I've done my own extremely back-of-the-envelope calculations, and the situation looks even more bleak than that, but then it always does to me. The escape clause here is that CO2 emissions per dollar of GDP will fall, as it has fallen since 1990. However, there are limits, quite severe limits, hard limits. Global capitalism used 60 billion metric tons of materials in 2018. And this is very emissions intensive. So, for example, steel production makes up 8% of global emissions, concrete another 8%. Green technologies to replace all that will take time to scale up and distribute, and will only get us so far. For example, there isn't a proven way to remove carbon emissions from concrete production that can be used on an industrial scale. And that is a big problem if rising living standards for most of the world's population depends in part upon urbanization. And of course, you can't decarbonize the shipping of those materials. There's no means to do so yet. So what do? The Swiss Federal Institute of Technology calls for the implementation of a 2,000 watt society. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. This is an energy budget rather than a growth target for everyone on the planet, and it's endorsed by the earth scientist Václav Smil as the only plausible scenario for survival. I should say Smil is extremely reluctant, reticent, and cautioned in all of his endorsements. Not someone who is very easy to impress. For most citizens of Europe, North America, Australia, Japan, and even China now, this actually would be a drastic cut in energy use, even as it represents an improvement for citizens of countries like India, Brazil, Sudan, and so on. Before I go on, let me mention one other ecological limit. Species extinction is happening at a rate between 100 and 1,000 times the historic background rate. Increasingly, as you know, scientists call this the 6th mass extinction. The main cause of this is the destruction of wildlife habitats by agribusiness, miners, and developers. The impact on the unleashing of what is called the wildlife reservoir of microbes, the sort of zoonotic outbreak of viruses, we all know. Even if COVID wasn't a zoonotic outbreak, and we don't know yet, most recent plagues and pandemics have been zoonotic outbreaks. So that's one aspect of it. But the impact on global food supplies, as, for example, pollinators and topsoil creators are lost, is incalculable. To even make a dent in this, we would have to, for a start, drastically reduce carnivory. About 300 million metric tons of meat were consumed in 2018. Meat and dairy alone, of course, account for 14.5% of all greenhouse gas emissions, but they also account for most deforestation, which is destroying wildlife habitats. We'd also have to reduce the consumption of monocultural crops and their products, like palm oil, which, if you know, palm oil is in practically everything. So, having said all this, are we now in the terrain of what the eco-modernists jeeringly call eco-austerity? How far have we come from the dream of superabundance and red plenty? But the alternative question is, what do we really actually have to lose? And that's not a rhetorical question. As Václav Smil points out, a vast amount of energy use in affluent countries is currently wasted on environmentally destructive activities whose elimination would only improve living standards. More fundamentally, your emissions are not entirely yours. As Matt Huber points out in his excellent new book, Climate Change is Class War, the emissions that you contribute to in your home, in your drive to work, in the food you eat, and so on, are partly for the reproduction of your labor power, your ability to work, in its normal state. Because capital doesn't just consume fossil energy. The work energy regime, as George Cavensis once called it, combines both fossil energy and human caloric energy. You've got to reproduce your ability to work. Each emission is made to happen by a web of social relations, as Huber puts it, through which capital expands itself in the form of profit. Now, the reduction of your energy use means a reduction in the use of your energy. As for consumption, the environmental movement has a terrible history of moralizing at people about this, moralizing at people for their consumer choices. But I want to underline what contemporary patterns of consumption take away from us. After all, the majority of us did not design systems of planned obsolescence or fast fashion or long carbon-intensive food supply chains, nor did we design the marketing practices that, as Benjamin Barber writes in his book Consumed, deliberately teach us to think and desire as infants with no talent for deferred gratification and no orientation towards the future. Nor did we design the technologies that increasingly exclude us. Think about this. A few decades ago, a broken television could potentially be fixed by unscrewing the back and looking for a blown transistor. Now, you try doing the same thing with your smartphone today. They built it to stop you doing that. And I think that this thing is quite emblematic of the way in which politics, culture, and economics works today, because it is black boxed. The technologies are black boxed. The knowledge is black boxed. The phone that you have is designed to control you through data and the ways in which it guides you. It offers you wayfinding systems, but also to keep you out. It's designed to exclude you. The entire political and economic system is increasingly black boxed in the same way, albeit using different technologies. And if it weren't, you've got to think, we would be having emergency meetings in towns and city halls every week to work out how we're going to fix this crisis. We have been comprehensively infantilized by modern systems of consumption which are designed to consume us, where work appropriates our labor power, Modern systems of consumption appropriate our savoir-faire, our capacity for self-help, our know-how. They make us passive, dependent, spectatorial. They control us, they exclude us, and then, as in the ingenious concept of the carbon footprint, which is the equivalent of those drink responsibly warnings at the end of ads for beer, they scold and blame us. The philosopher Bernard Stiegler calls this, I think, the proletarianization of consciousness, just as management takes away skills from the shop floor, from workers, in order to control the workflow and to reduce the propensity for worker militancy. Increasingly, our savoir-vivre, our capabilities in life, our ability to do simple things like stitch things, is taken away from us. And every now and again, you get headlines about this: moral panic, scurrilous, trivializing headlines. Millennials don't know how to change a light bulb. Millennials don't know how to do DIY. Millennials have fear of adulting. Millennials don't want to grow up. No shit. The whole system is designed to A, make growing up as impossible, as difficult as possible, and B, to deprive you of any real independence when you actually do make the leap to adulthood. You don't have any real creative control. You're meant to take on the burdens of adulthood, but without any real independence. So here then is a first approach to red plenty. Abundance, not as a supermarket cornucopia. Not that I'm against supermarket cornucopias where it's possible, but as the restoration of energy, our energy, free time, and mental and physical health. Abundance not of shareholder value, but of shared political power, which is currently black-boxed as capitalist and state power. Abundance not of goods made for planned obsolescence, fast fashion and all of that, but of low-carbon goods like care and services. And I know that this is all very familiar to you. There is another form of plenty that I'd like to refer to: the abundance of life itself. Mass extinction, I mentioned it in instrumental terms a moment ago, as though it's a problem because of the impact on food supplies. But actually, biodiversity, it's worth asking why that's a value. It didn't used to be. It's a value today upheld by international covenants and bodies like IPSEC, by most scientists, and at least verbally by politicians. In the 19th century, scientists commonly, and I'm named like, for example, Alfred Russel Wallace, Charles Darwin, they commonly thought that the extinction of other species and other peoples reflected the rude health of our own species, our own race, whatever. It was the same thing as far as they were concerned. The overthrow of such colonial triumphalism, in which it was actually a good thing to see other species get wiped out, or at least nothing terribly tragic. The overthrow of such colonial triumphalism by, among other things, the defeat of the Third Reich, the anti-colonial and anti-nuclear movements, the modern synthesis of Mendelian genetics and Darwinian evolution, very important that, because it's Mendelian genetics that actually establishes the value at a biological level of diversity and wipes out the idea, actually fundamentally discredits the idea of good life and bad life. And the discovery of mass extinction events since the 1950s. All of that together caused a drastic reversal in values. So that we now, at least scientists now, esteem the web of life, not species chauvinism. If anything, traditional colonial humanism, which was so triumphalist, has given way to a form of melancholic humanism, limned by a profound sense of species guilt, which pushes to the point of even a kind of, a strange kind of anti-humanism. So I asked what sort of value is biodiversity, and I've just tried to historicize it, because until the late 20th century, it was not common to value it. I mean, the term was coined, I think, by Thomas Lovejoy in the 1970s. It was mainstreamed by E.O. Wilson in the 1980s. By the early 1990s, it started to take off, so it's relatively recent. But until the late 20th century, you may know, it was controversial among scientists to impute consciousness, creativity, dreams, and play to non-human animals. it was assumed that was anthropomorphic, which, by the way, is a form of circular reasoning, because by calling these behaviors anthropomorphic, you've already classified them as human. You've already excluded the possibility that they belong to other animals. Decades of discoveries have ended that controversy. Non-human animals we know play, socialize, have funerals, use words, have names for one another. And because of this, we can understand and communicate with them. We have complex social and emotional relations with non-human animals beyond eating them or fearing them. I may have mentioned to people I was talking to before the show that I have a cat that fucking hates me and terrorizes me and hisses at me if I cross the hallway without her permission. But I adore her, regardless. I don't care if she hates me. She's adorable. And the point is that she can communicate and I can communicate, and that's something that happens more generally in the animal world. Another hobby I have, by the way, is I like to go out into the woods and take pictures of birds and participate in their existence for a moment. And every now and again you see something, a little bit of behavior, and you are peering into a form of life, a way of being that's alien in one way, but eminently comprehensible, that there is communication. So we have these complex social and emotional relations with non-human animals, and that actually expands the concept of what is human. The narrow conceptions of Homo economicus, in which we are obsessive utility maximizers, give way to something more radically indeterminate. Because just as Freud showed that there is no self without the other, no ego without the representations of the personalities that have shaped us, etc., it's also true there's no human without the non-human. That's true genetically, it's true organically, it's true metabolically, it's true socially, and it's true psychically. There is no human apart from the non-human animal. And as the saying goes, we contain multitudes. So prompted by these discoveries, there's an increasing literature on the possibility of a zoopolis, a polity in which animals, insofar as we can communicate with them, are taken seriously, not just as moral patients, as creatures that we look after, but as having interests and preferences, in which their thriving is of value in itself and a cause of human thriving and pleasure, because utopias are about pleasure, not just survival. We talk too much about survival. Here is an abundance worth fighting for. Here's my abundance. You might have other conceptions. A long-tailed tit hopping along a tree branch to bring a caterpillar to its fledgling. A pod of spinner dolphins playing with debris in the open ocean. A polar bear attended by Arctic terns and wolverines, ripping into the blubber of a whale's carcass on an ice shelf. Corals, those underwater metropolises more productive than savanna or forest, vibrant with sex and play and homemaking and feeding. A planet which is not a death trap, and in which humans are not the self-loathing, guilty anthropos of climate literature, but at long last the responsible stewards and the agents of collective liberation. For a red zoopolis. Thank you very much.
There's still plenty of water. Thank you so much, Richard. And also thank you, Selçuk, for your extremely generous, perhaps also gloomy, but yet providing opportunities to engage and to interact, or ways to engage differently with this finite planet. And I'm really inspired by this other idea of abundance. And I want to talk first a bit more with you, Richard, about this. So you make a plea to rethink and redefine abundance, as you were saying, not as supermarket cornucopia, but as a restoration of our energy, free time, and mental and physical health. And I think what is interesting is throughout the different days here at the festival, we've addressed our generation and consumption of energy in relation to how we have defined ourselves as humans, as being a person. And for instance, yesterday we had Adam Bobette talking about how fossil fuels have shaped our like personhood or sense of self, and Marina Otero-Verger, who spoke about lithium extraction and how lithium is used both as mood stabilizer for, I think, mostly bipolar disorders, but also as fuel for the so-called green energy transition. And I wanted to ask if you want to tell us even a bit more about this idea of abundance. You're also saying the reduction of your energy use means also reduction in the use of your energy.
Well, one way in which we can approach this is to think about what's one of the major forms of suffering today. According to the World Health Organization, the most prevalent illness is depression. Yep. And I think the most common form that depression takes is what Will Davies in his excellent book, The Happiness Industry, calls a comprehensive collapse in desire. You can't desire anything because you lose. It's not. This isn't traditional forms of depression, which are often linked to sort of mourning and so on. Which it's obviously mourning is very important for our ecological work, I think. But I'll bracket that. The point is that desire is incredibly important for our life, and an abundance of desire is something we don't often think about, because an abundance of desire entails that something is actually lacking. Not everything is there the moment you ask for it, because if you had your genie who just gave you everything, you wouldn't have a life worth living. I'm not saying that we don't need satisfaction. We need objects, we need comforts, but we also need, something missing, something. But also that something that's missing has to be something that we can invest ourselves in and want and dream of and dedicate our energies towards. Because if there's something that's missing, feels utterly like beyond us, hopeless, we're never going to get it, then obviously people switch off and they start to self-medicate. This is one of the products of, let's say, class defeat, for example. The defeats inflicted on the workers' movement over decades. One of the byproducts of that is a kind of class dysphoria, where working class people, first of all, you have the sort of uncanny experience that the dominant culture denies that class even exists, denies that your humiliation even exists, denies that there's anything even happening. It makes it invisible. Thatcher said class is a communist concept and wanted to get rid of it. Okay, so there's that kind of aggression, like where we can recognize, other forms of suffering, but not yours. Okay, but then there's also the kind of thing wherein, since there's a complete absence of any class-oriented future, something transformative for humanity, class becomes something shameful. There's work by a British sociologist called Beverly Skeggs, who sort of interviews and observes working class women and girls. And basically, class is experienced as a humiliation, as something you don't want to talk about, as something like it would be better to be middle class, because being working class is, the fear for particularly girls is of being nothing, amounting to nothing. Okay, so you subtract from people the ability to desire something other than, let's say, a middle class lifestyle or sort of commodities and so on. And yeah, people will orient towards commodities because that's what's there, but it will be so completely unsatisfactory. It will be completely miserable. In other words, we need to restore political desire. And I think that for anybody who wants a sort of a flavor of what that could be like, I would recommend reading Enzo Traverso's book, Left-Wing Melancholia, which addresses, that broad collapse of desire and its relationship to memory and history. I think for an ecological movement, we need to think not just in ecological and earth science terms, but in historical terms. So I would think, again, just to sort of circle back to my main point, we need to rethink plenty, not just, in the terms I talked about, you can have some of your energy back, the boss isn't always controlling what you do. And I say this as a petty bourgeois scribe, thank God I have to work 9 to 5. Fucking hell, I hated it. I hated it so much. It was so depressing, so miserable. But, and anybody who can break free from that, good on you. But we need to free everybody from that. So that's a start. Yeah. But ultimately, we're going to come up to, if we don't get to grips with the politics of desire, the right will win. You know why? Because they're very good at the politics of desire, one. Two, they're very good at pointing out the limits of material abundance. You give everybody everything they want and people are still unhappy. There's just something about us, we can't be happy. Well, that's not a problem. Happiness is not the issue. Justice is the issue as far as we're concerned. And besides, happiness is not what we want. We want to keep desire alive. So that's how I would handle the question of abundance.
Yes. That was a very abundant answer as well. Thanks for that. Yeah, and you mentioned also this whole process of invisibilizing, right? And black boxing of technologies, of economic system, but also of the knowledge of self-help and craft. And there I think it really is interesting to turn Selçuk to your work as a post-capitalist designer. And this practice of commenting, but also peer-to-peer disobedience and perhaps open source technologies. Maybe Selçuk, you want to respond to that,
Sure.
Maybe Richard too. Yeah.
Well, first of all, thank you, Richard, for so eloquently laying down all the numbers that justify degrowth and socialism and what the late Mark Fisher would call a post-capitalist desire, precisely because these terms, luxury, progress, innovation, and everything has been abandoned to capital, and that we need to kind of reclaim and positivize these terms. That's why I also like luxury communism. Although I am also very appreciative of how Richard is mindful of not falling into the left accelerationist temptation, let's say, and has a much more embrace of degrowth and sufficiency as equality, as public affluence. So yeah, the kind of practices I look at or that I try to contribute are maybe these imperfect glimpses of what these things we can desire and produce and enjoy in the present can give as a hint of what are the things to generalize, what are the practices that we need to make available for all. And that's where indeed the whole framing of 100% renewables, what does it even mean when you are in such a wasteful and unequal civilization, right? Like, is it 100% of the military industrial complex? Is it 100% of private jets and fighter jets? No, 100% of basic domestic non-commercial energy needs that can not only be renewable and decarbonized, but can also be decommodified. It can be free. We can stop worrying about these basic needs alongside water, food, shelter, and such for everyone, and focus our desires and our energies to indeed gain and protect our free time, our public affluence. In that sense, the inequality is maybe most apparent in some numbers that I find striking. Like, if the 10% most affluent, most polluting carbon elite of the world would consume at European average, which is obviously hardly a fair or sustainable benchmark, but bear with me for a sec, that would already save a third of emissions. So it is such level of incredible carbon privileges that are out there that needs to be abolished if we are to meet even the reduction goals in this decade. And if we have that kind of mental shift of not indeed focusing on our own tiny carbon footprints or our purity about how we recycle and so on, but actually focus on eating the each, so to speak, then actually we can get much further in eco-justice and eco-socialism.
Yeah. And there's too much I want to ask. But Richard, how would you look at those, maybe also more like prefigurative or speculative approaches, as we are talking about unblackboxing these technology systems? Yeah.
I mean, I'm in favor of forms of prefiguration. I think we've got to be careful about this because we need to mediate between the things that we can do in the here and now. Like, for example, the project that Selçuk described is very exciting to me. It looks amazing. I would love to live there. I really would. I would love to see dozens of these all over London, or, you know, like just take over London. The sort of, you know, the London commune. I fear it would be a bit more like the parish commune. But anyway, you know, I think it would be amazing. But there's also the question of the strategic horizon. How do you move millions of people, billions of people globally towards a particular horizon? And so I think prefiguration can help. First of all, it can help produce more sustainable and healthy and enjoyable ways of living in the here and now. But it can also kind of whet your appetite. Like, but we've also got to bear in mind that, you know, like for everybody who, like me, who like is attracted to these projects, there's also got to be a bunch of people out there who are like, nah, it's not my thing. I'd much rather have the fast cars, thank you. And there are going to be people, and this is just, we just have to get used to this. There are lots and lots of people who are so imbricated with the promise of petro-modernity and everything it means. It means freedom, you know, that, or whatever it means. Yeah. But basically, it means so many different things that they will... that's their desire. That's the way their desire, their economy of affect and everything is organized. They will regard any attempt to reform that as a threat and not as being particularly utopian. So I guess the question is, how can we find intelligent mediations between the kind of our maximalist agenda, which is actually, in a way, it's compulsory. You know, there's no choice. But we also need to carry a load of people along with us who actually aren't there yet. How do we mediate between where people are and where we need to be? And how do we start to inflame that desire in them? That's a question I don't know the answer to, but I know that prefiguration needs to be complemented by something else with a wider strategic orientation. That's my answer.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it resonates a little bit with what we've been talking about just before, about how vernacular approaches are also appropriated, but also in terms of language. And for instance, I think it was Selçuk, you also, we're very critical about this idea of like how sustainability is used, right? Or like on greenwashing or whitewashing, or and then with the I think the project for the new Maint, you also use like these principles of care, of commoning, of diversity, of sustainability, which are the same sort of vocabularies that we see in big redevelopment projects. And how to go about this? Also, like as researchers who are articulating this, you can both answer. I don't know who wants to be first.
Maybe just a little comment on that. It is indeed that the more successful we are in mainstreaming climate discussion, and I'm thinking of Ulrike Meinhof, who says everybody talks about the weather, we don't, on behalf of Red Army Fraction. I'm tempted to paraphrase this and say, everybody talks about climate nowadays. We don't. We talk about justice. We talk about reparations.
Yeah.
We talk about eating the rich. We talk about maybe the mass extinction of the carbon elite. That is something different than indeed the fluffy kind of greenwashing and that myopic attention to the tiniest gestures, tiniest actions of individuals. So in that sense, we need to counter that kind of hyper individualization of our acts and I agree with Richard, with strategy, with policy. And that's why like I have been also like trying not to glorify my own prefiguration as you see it's possible, then you can all do it kind of an individualization. I am just proposing these as gateways to imagining, gateways to test running, what we want to generalize, what we want to establish and enshrine as policy, as the mainstream. And in that sense, I may have a slightly different kind of a calculation of who do we need on boards, because the residual petro-modernity and petro-masculinity that is pervasive, maybe overrepresented in media and so on, does not represent the desires of the world, right? And that has been where, like, my encounter with climate justice has been, in that sense, groundbreaking in how I conceive like internationalism and solidarity. It is that. Yeah, the ones that we need on board are actually already fighting as strongly as they want, and they are not the ones that are falling into the traps of indeed greenwashing or individual action. And there is this mass of people who are feeling all the eco-anxiety, all the loss of appetite, of desire, and are seeking meaning, seeking new forms of living. And that's where maybe the prefigurative examples do have this hint of what can be different in the here and now. But these are, again, only in the service of indeed a Green New Deal type of more broad eco-socialist plans, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's much I have to add to that, other than to say I think we've got to be wary of where the support is going to come from, because one of the things that I think we can see globally is that, for example, across the global south, we're seeing these right-wing nationalist movements come to power, from Bolsonaro to Modi. And Duterte, for example, or his successor, the grandson of the dictator, we're seeing that this is frequently indexed to a kind of climate denialism, or even outright, kind of like bring it on. We've seen this particularly with Bolsonaro, but it's linked to, I think, a kind of middle income status wherein you're an up-and-coming capitalist nation, you want to compete, you're stagnant, you're struggling to compete effectively, and the muscular nationalism offers you this version of competition, which is basically, we would be fine if we got rid of all these enfeebling, politically correct limitations, if we stopped pandering to LGBTQ and we started, sent the petrol companies in after the indigenous people in the Amazon, all the rest of it. In other words, and it's the same logic entails in India, as and also the People's Republic of China is globalizing its fossil project.
Yeah.
It's an interesting kind of contradiction they have, because they're, on the one hand, promoting the idea of an ecological civilization, but on the other hand, they're massively expanding the use of coal throughout the world. Yeah. I do think that there are huge chunks of those people who need to be reached, because they're, otherwise the coalitions of the right are too powerful. Yeah. But I agree, on the other hand, that we should not get hung up on those people. We still have to mobilize our core. There are a group of people that our side, the problem with our side is it's been too passive, too demobilized, too atomized. To give those people hope and empower those people would be the starting point. Yeah.
That would actually, I think, lead also to my next question, and especially when you were talking about Brazil and Bolsonaro. I mean, has been like long traditions of indigenous communities in Brazil, especially in the areas that have to deal with a lot of drought, where there is this very important notion of suficiente or enoughness, which also resonates with, I mean, the Swiss idea for the energy budget, right? The so-called 2000 watt society. But these knowledges are like really, of course, have been a practice of indigenous communities, so they have been working with the limits of their environment. So indeed, what are the forms then of alliance needed to listen and to learn and also act upon these knowledges and the preservation of our landscapes? And yesterday we also talked about the lithium landscapes or extraction in Chile, and where there's, I think a few days ago, has been a proposal, it's just a proposal, so we don't know what happens, but in the parliament to include also indigenous consultation in decisions on that landscape. So this is the question maybe of alliances or. Yeah.
I mean, just about enoughness, I think that's a really interesting idea, because one of the things that you find in the overdeveloped societies is precisely that no one has any idea what enough is. Yeah. I mean, because there's no such, capitalism recognizes no such thing, but since when would there be enough? There's always going to be more. And we need you to hoover up more of it for us to be our market. So I think the idea of enough would be a great relief in some way. Like, I've got enough, I don't have to worry about that. That's obviously I mentioned Benjamin Barber's book. It's a complicated book in some ways, but one of the things it points out is that the marketing industry has been greatly distressed by the fact that adults actually kind of get to a point where they feel like they've got enough. And they don't have any major needs. They've started to build together the rudiments of a life, and they're like, how can we make them feel like they don't have enough? So I think it would be a great relief for the majority of us to have some objective criterion. This is enough. You can live on this, and then there will be the usual problems of life.
Yes, Selçuk, do you want to respond to that too? Also in your work and
Maybe just to add. The limitlessness of the promises of capital are indeed so much like anxiety-inducing on one hand, but also makes the ones that are entangled and captured in its spell to see the indigenous other as the poor, the primitive, the one that is lacking everything, and like that is of course a super hard mental model to break. And that's where, again, entering the climate justice movement and building these solidarities, building these relations with frontline communities, frontline struggles have been really shifting, and actually distantiating myself from my also Marxist origins, let's say, because the kind of agency that they have, the number probably that, indigenous populations represent less than 5% of the world population, but they protect 80% of the remaining biodiversity on this planet. So climate justice is about trusting and following their leadership, their strategy, their cosmology, in more than bringing our charity, or it's not about seeing ourselves in that intensified core versus those who are left out in the periphery, but like, if anything, they are the front lines and we just have to follow their lead. this is the kind of ethos of solidarity and alliance building that we've been involved in.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the audience? Because I could go on, but yeah.
Thank you. Hi. I have two very different questions. One kind of specific for, I can't pronounce the name, your name? Yes, sorry, Selçuk. It's perhaps more specific, and then one is a bit more open for both of you. One is if you have any idea of other examples of initiatives like the one you mentioned of collective housing in the Netherlands that are actually open, because I know it's hard to enter, basically. So that's a very concrete, pragmatic question. And then one that points more to, this is a bit hard to formulate for me, but I'm going to try. I come from Argentina, and you were talking about Bolsonaro, and I also been working on things related to Brazil, and now this talk about indigenous peoples being such a small percentage of population. So my question goes towards what you think about democracy, basically. Yeah, I mean, especially taking into account that Latin America is has such a different political system than here, and it results, I don't know exactly because of what, but it results in very like shifting governments, like extreme shifting. So now hopefully Lula is going to win again, and it's like 5 years of something, or 5 years of relatively left wing, and then 5 years of right wing, and actually the right wing is like more and more and more right wing, but it's all the time like going back and forth between these models, and that has to represent something about population and their anxieties and wishes and desires. So yeah, Latin America has this history of trying to put forward some sort of developmentalism and yeah, sustainability, and all of that is seen a bit as a first world privilege. Yeah, so what are kind of your thoughts on that?
Thank you so much.
Shall I respond that first question to get it cleared?
Yes, go ahead, Selçuk.
All right. Yeah. I mean, in terms of housing cooperative examples, actually, the Netherlands had been an early example of worker-led, worker-built cooperatives 100 years ago. Now, these have become now corporations in the neoliberal age, but if we even would look at its history, there is incredible examples to unearth. In terms of present-day examples, of course, we are at that late end of a period of the squatter movement and so on, and these initiatives I have been involved in have been ways to build upon them, but also to go further. It was actually in our surprise that for the tender that we applied for building new remains, they were citing new land where I currently live as a good example. And we had no idea that the city would be appreciating our role. I thought we were thinking they would see that as a nuisance at most. So that kind of a shift in both public policy is there and is very encouraging. And the tender that we have applied is actually the tip of the iceberg. They have initiated these 3 pilot new generation of housing cooperatives in Amsterdam, but with the ambitions of building something like 40,000 units through a cooperative sector. So we are at the very beginning of a process. But our inspirations are not necessarily in that case in the Netherlands, but one that has been really influential for us is La Borda in Barcelona, which is also a wooden structure. It is also a housing cooperative, social rent cooperative. And maybe more admirably, it is built by a architecture office, which is also a cooperative. And all the subcontractors themselves that are cooperatives. So it is entirely disentangled from market relations in its entire process. So we are not there yet in the Netherlands, but with these imperfect first steps, we hope to get there. The second question, I will leave it to Richard actually to answer.
Question of democracy.
Yeah, the relationship between democracy and indigenous leadership and so on. I mean, this is complicated because on the one hand, of course, there's no way we're going to adapt without democratic buy-in. Adaptation, to the real ecological future necessitates such great transformations of how we how we transport ourselves, how we work, what we eat, etc. It reaches into every aspect of our lives. It requires a feat of human creativity that outranks any revolution, that outranks the Renaissance. Any feat of human ingenuity is going to have to be completely overtowered by what we're going to need to achieve in the next 3 or 4 decades. Given this, there's no way to achieve that without democratic buy-in. In other words, most people have to be directly involved in decision making. The problem with regard to how does the convocation of a demos relate to indigenous leadership has been illustrated over the last couple of decades, in that you've had these fairly leftish movements take power, the Pink Tide and so on, and by and large they've been committed to a traditional version of developmentalism. I mean, it's been complicated. There have been some tilts towards environmentalism, but broadly speaking, they've been in favor of extractivism, and they have had a hostile relationship to indigenous communities, and to that extent also their allies, the ecological parts of the movement, or those parts of the working class that are opposed to environmental destruction for their own reasons, and so on. And becoming quite authoritarian and violent in dealing with these movements. That failed, and we're now going to see how Gabriel Boric and maybe Petro in Colombia, though we don't know. We're going to see how these sort of leaderships handle that relationship, but fundamentally. The difficulty is probably that we're going to have to come to terms with the fact that elected leaderships, once they're incorporated into the structure of a state and the way that it is organized and works, have to devise policies within the language of a state and within the terms that actually favor the reproduction of the existing system. And it makes it quite difficult for them to do anything profoundly radical. So more radical forms of democratic mobilization are going to have to come, as it were, from below. And I guess my answer ultimately to this question comes back to look at the experiments in self-government and democratic rule that we saw in the 20th century. It wasn't just the Soviets. It was the Cordones in Chile. It was the Shura councils in Iran, the Iranian Revolution, before it was taken over by theocrats. It was the workers' councils and syndicates in Republican Spain, and so on and so on. The 20th century is filled with this experience, and that is a form of grassroots, localized democracy, where it hasn't been stamped out. You've been able to see it. It can work. And there you could start to see the build-up of cooperative organization. And I think that's one way to keep the link between if you like, the prefigurative aspect and the development of a wider political strategy. And it also would mean that you could develop real grassroots alliances between indigenous communities who are defending these remaining wild biospheres, and the rest of us who need to come to live in a different way.
I think we have time for one more question. You had a question? Okay. Well then, maybe Selçuk, you want. Okay. To be honest, I would love that this Sunday, this would be a recurring Sunday morning ritual, that we would reconvene here every week and talk about the Red Zoopolis and post-capitalist design. Maybe Selçuk, you want to tell a bit more, like, as a way to where we will also places that where we continue this conversation. So following your Shell Must Fall and Future Beyond Shell project, you're organizing the summer school here in July. Yeah, do you want to say more about it?
For sure, I would love that. So it is also indeed a continuation of these multiple threads I've talked about. So I'll be organizing a summer school for 120 spatial design master students, so architects, urbanists, and landscape designers, as an encounter with them as what I hope to be like the designers of the just transition, right? Like they are going to do this big transformation that's in front of us. So confronting them with climate justice activists to organize, to teach them methods of organizing, and also to confront them with the ethos of how do you co-design with communities? How do you actually see design as a tool in the way to reparations? So all this is good while we could just talk about just transition in abstract, fluffy terms. I wanted to take it a step further into a much more concrete case study. And what we will be doing is to take infrastructure sites of Shell, Royal Dutch Shell, and each group will be imagining how that gets decommissioned and repurposed along social justice and eco-justice lines. So in the end, we will have 20 roadmaps, 20 projects, 20 sites all over the world, from oil rigs to pipelines to gas stations to labs to all sorts of Shell infrastructure that we will, hopefully we will see the designers of today and of the just transition are actually ready to take on, to embark on that journey, so that we can conceptualize, that we can imagine how to do these things, which is, I believe, still a precondition to be able to do it. You know, we can't be what we can't see, or even start to imagine and describe and display. But it is also a missive. It is also a propaganda tool on the table of the prime minister or of the CEO of Shell to be able to see we are ready for this transition. They are only an obstacle on the way that we need to indeed converge and compose our power to overcome. But what follows, that is already in the works, that we have the roadmap, that we have. It is not that we will fall into a vacuum of not knowing what follows this moment of peak capitalism, that there is indeed hope and abundance and justice beyond those. So hope to share the results in a month or so.
Thank you, Selçuk. That will lead me to one final question to you, Richard, which resonates what you were saying, Selçuk, about what we cannot see, we can perhaps also not be. And also coming back to our festival's theme of mutation, as we were also saying yesterday, following the words of Anna Tsing, stating that living in this time of climate catastrophe begins with this both humble and difficult practice to first notice the worlds around us. And that starts also with our own bodies, as you were stating also, Richard, in your talk, expanding the notion of what is human, namely that we contain multitudes. And as humans, we are mixed up with other species. We cannot live without them, so entanglement and mutation form conditions for life as well as life threats. But how to begin to notice these landscapes of entanglement and of bodies with other bodies and emerging mutations, as Marina Otero was yesterday also referring to Marisol de la Cadena, her book on earth beings, like mountains are mountains but not only, and humans are humans but not only. And maybe also referring to your practices of communication with non-human species, the cat or the birds, or
Yes.
but that also leads to your recent publication, which was what led me to inviting you, The Disenchanted Earth, in which you also foster this, an ecological consciousness, I think, but also formulating a planetary sensibility. How to value what unconditionally matters. And would you like to respond to that or elaborate on this notion of planetary sensibility?
I would, and I'll just let me. There's a sense in which when you're trapped in the circuits and the logic of capitalism, it appears as if it's going to be there forever. And this struck me, I don't know why, I just happened to be out walking in a North London suburb, and I was annoyed by the smugness of the houses because they were built as if they were going to be there forever. And then I thought, no, they're not. The human civilization is like a penguin rookery on the side of a volcano waiting for the eruption. You know, we're not going to be around forever. And it's a sheer accident that humans exist as a species in the first place. So there's something precarious and quite fragile about it, and there's no reason why we have to be here. Nothing else particularly needs us to be here. So with that in mind, I thought we need to shift out of this this smallest possible horizon perspective sometimes, and to achieve a kind of what I called a planetary consciousness or a planetary sensibility, which is just something more than intellectual awareness, because that's not enough. At some level, it has to be felt. And we need perhaps a new cosmovision for integrating that. Some people are still affiliated with traditional monotheisms, that's fine. I don't know what kind of myth we need, but historically all human civilizations have had some sort of myth that has drawn attention to particular patterns of relationships between people, animals, and the world. I would like to answer your question really finally by quoting something. I'm going to look on my phone because I have to quote it, otherwise I'll get it wrong. But it's because you mentioned the mountain that's not entirely a mountain, that I'm going to quote from one of my favorite quotes, Henry David Thoreau. And he's walking in the Mount Katahdin, this is in the mountains of Maine, and he gets lost in the fog, he gets soaked through and sun-dried, he's almost out of food, he finally descends into feet through the burnt lands, as they were called, and arrested in the flow of description, he gazes out at pure nature, vast and drear and inhuman, and is suddenly seized by rapture. He says, "I stand in awe of my body. This matter to which I am bound has become so strange to me. I fear not spirits, ghosts, of which I am one, that my body might, but I fear bodies, I tremble to meet them. What is this Titan that has possession of me? Talk of mysteries. Think of our life and nature, daily to be shown matter, to come into contact with it, rocks, trees, wind on our cheeks, the solid earth, the actual world, the common sense, contact. Who are we? Where are we?" And that ecstatic, flayed encounter with the raw matter of being, and what the transcendentalists would call the higher law to which it points, a non-parochial universalism in which every atom of every being is touched with divinity, then becomes political. It starts with something cosmic, something that is essential to experience, and it becomes, no child must be educated to work. No woman must be subordinated. No man must be enslaved. And it becomes support for John Brown's violent crusade against slavery. It becomes a movement for universal emancipation. But it has to start with something about the uncanniness, the strangeness, the terrifyingness of matter. That's what I think we need when I talk about a planetary sensibility. Thoreau might not be your bag, but you'll find something that matches your temperament, I'm sure.
Thank you so much, Richard Seymour and Selçuk Balamir. We will continue.
Thank you.
let's like spend the summer reading and then sharing that again with, like sharing that with other human beings, and think about your proposal for communication as well. So we will have a break, and then I think in 1 hour or so we have Nicolas Baird, who is also here from the Institute of Queer Ecology, which I think takes a lot of these thoughts and urgencies also to that conversation. Also with Kumbirai Makumbe joining us from London, and after that we will have a session on witchcraft, inspired also by Silvia Federici, and this will be with Erika Sprey and Dayna Casey and Juliette Lizotte, which I think offers very interesting proposals for talking about these questions as well. Yeah, but we will save that for later. Thank you so much, Richard and Selçuk, and for listening here. We'll be back soon.
Thank
switched on. It is. All right, so just to continue the rich landscape of ideas and talks we've been having since Thursday already, Friday, this session is actually one that I'm really, really excited about. You know, they always say resistance is in the cracks. So I'm really happy to explore the cracks in the session titled Queer Ecologies and In-Betweenness. So in Queer Ecologies and In-Betweenness, we ask how to undo destructive human-centric hierarchies by engaging with queer and feminist theory and decolonial thinking, directing our attention to the in-between. The Institute of Queer Ecology, represented by Nicolas Baird, will discuss mutability and mutualism as foundational themes of queer ecology, and how these themes can be embodied as transformative strategies for individual and planetary adaptation. In response to the theme of mutation, artist Kumbirai Makumbe will talk about the role of transformation in their work and how prototypes or mutants can perform new ways of being. They will elaborate on their ongoing research on in-betweenness in terms of gender, locational belonging, and a constantly changing landscape of identities. How to navigate in-betweenness and how to take ownership of it. So we're going to start with Nicolas Baird from the Institute of Queer Ecology. And in this panel, the Institute of Queer Ecology will share how recent research has led to their focus on mutability and mutualism as foundational themes of queer ecology, and discuss how these themes can be embodied as transformative strategies for individual and planetary adaptation. Speaking on behalf of the Institute, here with us is the co-director, Nicolas Baird, an artist and an evolutionary biologist whose art practice and scientific research are concerned with the evolutionary relationships between bodies, their landscapes, transformations, and multi-species co-adaptation. Really excited for your talk. Feel free to take the stage. Welcome, Nicolas, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Excellent. Thank you all so much for having me here and for making this all run so smoothly and beautifully. It's been such a pleasure and a treat to take part in the audience the last couple of days, and today I'm super excited to continue these conversations we've been having. Katia, I know this must have been intentional, but the last question you asked at the end of the last session is like the theme of this talk today, thinking about how we interact with other bodies and understand other forms of life. And that's sort of what I want to bring to us today, is sort of like a practice-based talk. So I'll be moving around a little bit and hopefully doing a lot of talking and a little bit of, I don't know, inspiring. My like jet-lagged brain is like free and ready to move and do. So great. Thank you, Abdo, for the introduction. I guess I just want to say a little bit. First, I'll start off the talk today by talking about the Institute, what we do, and who we are. And then I want to move into this sort of mutability as a sort of individual level strategy for queer survival. And so I introduced these topics, mutability and mutualism, as strategies for queer survival and adaptation. But I think also they're just queer strategies for survival and adaptation for everything. Thinking beyond the human, how do we survive as a multi-species community? So take that as you will, but I think the sort of play and sort of intimacy and strangeness of queerness is, we'll get into that a bit. But mutability exists for me as a sort of individual scale, the level of the person, the transformation that can happen in the person, and the mutualism then becomes the collective scale. So thinking about these two scales and how I think Marina yesterday said something that really struck me. She said that when we start to work with other people, we have to let ourselves go to become something else. And I was like sitting in the audience like, I'm gonna hold on to that one. Great. Without further ado, then, let me get started. This is, with the Institute of Queer Ecology, like Abdo said, I'm one of the co-directors. There's two co-directors and like a totally shifting, changing group of people that we've worked with over the last 5 years. Lee Pivnik, the founder and the other co-director, started the Institute about 5 years ago. And now it has grown into this elaborate sort of artist-run platform for creating exhibitions, publications, films, and other multimedia communications that sort of bridge the environmental and the queer and queer discourse. And it really grew out of a desire, both in Lee's sort of his own practice and in mine, for a more expanded art practice that went beyond the individual in the studio, looking at the collective and collaborative. At its core, its guiding methodology is queer ecology, which is hard to define, but I think I'll try to put some words to it as a theoretical framework that applies queer theory to environmental issues and sort of questioning the construct of nature as natural. Queer ecology is also a broad constellation of ideas that extends from looking at non-human, but after our talks yesterday, I hesitate to use the word non-human, but sort of other identities, to dismantle the binary between nature and culture, and to expand the notion of queer kinship beyond human into the natural world, and so on, or the unnatural world. There's a lot of fun with language that happens here. So we frame ourselves as an institute in a way that sort of acts, it's an act of subversion, where we position artists as authority figures by mimicking the sort of trusted mode of institutionalization, of research and academia, of knowledge production, that is often taken more seriously than artists and designers are, particularly in the frameworks of science or science-adjacent topics. For example, something that's come up a lot in these talks today, climate change. It's clear, I think, that artists and designers are crucial for imagining futures that could exist. We saw that today, this morning, but they're rarely granted a seat at the table for advising or decision-making in relation to environmental issues. So that's sort of the ethos behind the initiation of the Institute. A bit more fun, though, our Institute, I think, is also an elaborate sort of multi-year performance of mimicry. In queer terms, we could use Judith Butler's definition of gender as a performance. We're passing as an institute in a way that this leaf-tailed gecko is passing as a leaf. It's sort of this mimicry as a way of blending in, of becoming other, of transmuting, of transforming, mutating, mutability. But beyond passing, this performance as an institute could also be considered a form of dazzle, a form of drag, like a flamboyant presentation that's like visually and culturally charged in a way that is almost an experiment in standing out rather than blending in. This orchid mantis, for example, attracts more bugs, its prey, than the orchids around it that it mimics because it's brighter and bigger and more beautiful than them. So it has this sort of play, and this like idea of organism as metaphor is like, well, there's a lot of animal pictures and plant pictures in this presentation, so I hope that's, anyway, that's my delight. To go back for a second to this slide, we've worked with over 125 artists, I think, in the last 5 years. On all of our projects, we sort of like see how many people we can work with that we haven't worked with before, and sort of like gather this sort of momentum working with people again, and it's just been a delight. And we try to get a photo with everyone in the jumpsuits, which are orchid-colored based on that sort of orchid mantis idea. And also rooted in this sort of like performance of science that has been present at the end of the 1900s and still continues now. We're sort of always mimicking organisms and institutes in this way. The one on the left here, I just want to draw a little attention to because Yaseman yesterday brought up Biosphere 2. These are the original crew members that were sort of locked into the Biosphere experiment, which I don't have time to get into today, unfortunately. But this is where Lee and I met, and when at the Biosphere, I was working there as an environmental educator, and he was doing an artist residency there, and we first started working together in that space and thinking about the performance of science and utopian dreams, and I think that's really informed our direction for the last few years. So queerness is many things, but to keep things moving with this talk, I'll try to sort of give a little guidance for what queer ecology could be by breaking those two things apart and bringing them together again. Queerness, I think, in one framework is, I won't read these quotes, feel free to while I'm talking, but I can't, reading text off slides. But I think that queerness is a desire for intimacy and for connection, whether that's romantic or what Foucault describes as friendship as a way of life. Queerness is relational. It's in relation to other things, other beings, other identities. And I think that queer ecology together proposes a way of expanding that the construction of identity to include a multi-species network, multi-species strategies for survival and adaptation. On the other hand, ecology, I think, is sort of what science has offered up onto the table in the sort of realm of connectivity. It's a way of thinking about the networks between species, between individual organisms in an ecosystem, in a landscape, how the bodies interact. And of course, it's not the only thing that offers us this lens of interconnectivity, the ecology, and science is such a I will get a little bit into the sort of way that science is a very restricted way of knowledge building, and sort of think about how we can expand on it. But something I think particularly in thinking about interconnectivity that's important is this unlearning of the sort of rigidness of science and looking again, as we've talked about in the last few seminars, to indigenous wisdom and indigenous people's connections with the natural world. And that sort of way of thinking about ecology expanding beyond the rigidness of Western science. In that way, ecology starts to break borders between categorization, between individual nodes in the ecosystem, and I think illuminates a world that can be more permeable and fluid. But ecology is also about intimacy, and I think a lot of it is inherently queer and strange. I think, depending on the time that we have today, I might come back to this slide, but I want to sort of just make a nod to the exhibition that's running right now over at Doksal is showing one of our films. I don't have a lot to talk about today about our sort of recent work. We have a website, but I really want to get into this idea of like queer strategies rather than sort of go through the history of the Institute. But this is a still from the film that we came out with a couple of years ago during the pandemic called Metamorphosis, which will sort of lead us directly into the mutability part of our talk. But we take the idea, if you haven't seen it, of sort of a global capitalist extractionist economy as maybe the grub phase of life of a metamorphic insect, where it's in this phase of like constant, excessive, extreme growth, and destruction. But in the insect, it comes to a stop. It reaches a point where it says, okay, and it molds into a cocoon, and it sort of turns inward, liquidates, and reforms, and then is born again as a sort of beautiful butterfly in balance with its environment, and also aesthetically beautiful, which I think all dreams of utopia maybe have that sort of those elements to them. But this sort of idea of transformation, of the transformative power of shape-shifting and metamorphosis is what's really driving, for me, this like idea of mutability as a metaphor, as a model, as a process of alchemy and transformation and transmutation and transcreation. So that's sort of what I want to lead now into, is the individual layer of mutability. And to do that, I have to talk about the individual and go at it. Each of us goes at it in our own way, I think. As Abdo said, I'm an evolutionary biologist in addition to being an artist, and my focus is on the evolution of mammals' bodies. And I look at them in relation, mostly the skeletal evolution in relation to their environments, and how those environments shape the skeleton form, and then in turn how animals and their bodies shape the environment. I won't get into the details of that research, but I do want to show sort of, this is like my dear to my heart pet project, and really what interests me in the field in the first place is looking closely at these skeletons. So this is a hyena here, an old illustration of a hyena, and this is a lion. And if we flip back and forth between the two bodies, they're depicted in a way where they sort of have the same form, the same like four-legged illustrative form, but they share many of the same elements. In fact, almost all of the elements are the same. We call this large bone here the scapula in both the lion, the hyena, and in ourselves. So we can sort of see ourselves in a way mapped onto these bodies, and start to question like how these bodies are different and how they're the same. And the similarities I think become it's what strikes us first, and it takes a bit of looking more closely. And that sort of close looking, the close observation, is what I want to sort of get into the critical observation. So looking closely at a hyena, you start to see that its scapula it's quite rigid. It's attached to the back of the rib cage in quite a solid way, where it can't really do this, like we can. We have this wide sort of, thank you. We have this wide range of motion in our arms. But a hyena, really like a dog, can really only move in this way, in the sagittal plane, in the sort of like forward and back. It makes them amazing at running. They're like really good at it. They don't twist their ankles, unlike us. They're very good at running. Whereas a big cat, on the other hand, has an incredible range of movement in the scapula. And so they have this ability, like a house cat, to grab, to do this sort of like spread openness. And they also have these retractable claws that don't wear down like a dog's or a hyena's would. So they're sort of sheathed until they need them. Which then, okay, we've started looking, we look a little bit more closely. We see there's in the body here, there's a lot of space between the two front limbs, which also allows them to rotate their arms. And these differences, they become like, okay, you can write them down, and you can say, put them in a book and say, here are the differences. But then you have to start thinking, I think, about how those differences play out in the behavior of the animal. So in a hyena, or let's start with the big cat, actually. If the big cat can do this grabbing and holding and claw, that allows them to take down something that's as big or bigger than them by themselves. They can hold on to it and do the sort of deadly, fatal bite, whereas a hyena can't hold on. They can hold on with one thing. They just have the incredibly strong mouth. So the hyena has to hunt in a pack. They have to be mutual. They have to do this sort of collaborative work where each mouth transforms into a hand. And then eventually there's one that becomes the sort of like the holders and the ender. So you can see then when we transform ourselves, when you become, in this practice of becoming another being, and I've sort of been trying to a little bit become a hyena or a lion now here on the stage, I think that we have this ability to understand how these things live. And we understand not only the body of the hyena or the body of the lion, but we begin to understand the connections of that body with the other elements of its environment. Because everything is connected, and the body is sort of a like nexus for that connection. And I think, so this practice of transforming yourself into another body, you could call it dance. It doesn't have to be dance. It can be like it can be ritual. But I think it's sort of the swiftest and most direct route to transformation, to becoming something else, to creating a model or a metaphor with your own body, and then to sort of understand the like familiar, your own body, but then its own constraints, and then the vast, limitless possibilities of other bodies. If this is new to you and you've never transformed into another creature, start maybe with something simple that you know, a dog or a cat, or go farther afield. Try like a hiding owl or a bat that's whole hand becomes a wing. Or maybe try like the tentacle of a jellyfish, something even without the bones that we're familiar with. Or why stop at animals? Keep going. Try a dandelion in bloom, or an old oak tree, or maybe even go beyond the plant kingdom and try a death-cap fungus or some sort of mold, mycelium that grows in the soil. This sort of like, I think, transformative practice, this like play with other bodies is not just play. I mean, it is play, but it's not just play. It's play, but not only. Play is play, but not only. So I think it's a way of sort of bridging gaps that haven't been bridged, maybe in our own experience or in others. But it also brings with it a sense of disorientation, sort of an effect of strangeness that allows us to see the familiar in the foreign, and the foreign in the familiar, and to create a sanctuary in that feeling, where you're not foreign any longer, but someone who's becoming, someone who's learning and becoming, in that sense of like queerness as becoming. In these times of solitude and solidarity, I think that translation, transmutation, is a hand reaching from one shore to another and making a bridge where there wasn't one before. I don't know how this connects with this image, but stick insect. Let's see. In the interest of time. No, I'll read this to you. I have a quote here, from one of my favorite art science connections, shifting tone a little bit, but still thinking about transformation and evolutionary processes. This is from Jonathan Kingdon in an essay called In the Eye of the Beholder. And he's an artist and a scientist in his work. He studied basically mammals of Africa his whole life. He was born in Tanzania. And this is him talking about camouflage. I hope you don't mind me reading. Also, if you can see, there's an owl here hiding in this tree. This was in my backyard a couple of weeks ago. And I'd never seen such incredible camouflage in real life before. It was really astounding. Okay, here's the quote from Jonathan Kingdon. Artists and scientifically minded humans are not the only animals that seek to lift out significant or informative form from the chaos of nature. To survive, every visual predator, whether cat, hawk, or tigerfish, must repeatedly see through the disguises used by their prey. Because visual predators often select the most easily seen individuals of their prey, the evolutionary explanation for progressively better and better camouflage in prey animals lies in processions of survivors and offspring of survivors that were somewhat less easily seen and caught. The visual acuity of predators has therefore been a primary agency in their prey's external appearances. Thus, concealing coloration is as much a manifestation of predator behavior as it is that of the prey. Furthermore, because every prey animal lives within the settings where it will be seen or escape being seen, its appearance will have been selected in direct relationship to some specifics of that setting. We call the outcome camouflage, but it's actually a striking manifestation of appearances being translated into another medium. In effect, predator selection draws or paints some aspect of the landscape onto the bodies of surviving prey. Hair, feathers, or chitin become the medium for miniature landscape paintings. So I think that sort of opens up for me the possibility that evolutionary processes can be creative and joyful, even in sort of thinking about prey and predator relationships. And that joy, I think, is key to me. In studying evolution, the primary narrative in the West is competition. You sort of think of evolutionary processes as natural selection, pushing and forcing and creating prisons for species that sort of become like little boxes that they are stuck in, and in competition with themselves and with other species. And it's worth sort of returning, as I think Richard sort of touched on a little bit in the last talk, to the place where evolution really became, which was the height of the British colonial empire in the 1800s by straight white men. That's worth remembering that Darwin and Alfred Russel Wallace were like part of that empire, and the cultural context of the evolutionary theory is still with us today. And then, of course, it has its own spin-off theories, social Darwinism, and other Anyway, I don't want to get into that sort of side of things. I want to present an alternative, which is that competition is not the only framework for understanding evolution, but also mutualism and cooperation. And I think that sort of reframing is not necessarily, it could be maybe sort of a denial, but I think it's actually just a sort of insistence that there's other ways and other modes of understanding life. This bird of paradise, for example, it's really hard to explain when you think about competition and natural selective pressures. It really seems to me like sort of like a capricious joy. This sort of potential hidden in every species can flower in some places where there's abundance and plenty. And thus what we call natural selection, or this war of nature, can enclose creatures in specialized prisons, if we look at it in that way of competition, or open amazing doorways into unsuspected worlds. So one unsuspected world that I recently have discovered or encountered in reading about these things is this jelly slime ball, another organism as metaphor. On the right here, it looks like an individual. It even has a species name, Ophrydium versatila. It's pond water scum. But when you look at it more closely, it seems that these individual jelly balls, if you look at it under a microscope and extend, sort of, as Yasaman yesterday was saying, sort of extend our ability to sense, we see that inside this ball, there are hundreds and hundreds of cone-shaped cells that are actually all individuals that aren't green jelly balls. They're ciliates. They're a type of bacteria. And then when you look at those more closely, they're filled with green algae, which is its own species, chlorella, a type of photosynthetic algae. So the whole system that looks like an organism, and before sort of examining more closely, before taking that critical look and extending deeper into that sort of observation of the object and knowing, it transforms. The individual mutates into an ecosystem. And that sort of process of looking and allowing something new to appear, to arise out of that looking, I think is what excites me about this mutability transformation. And I think I'll transition now into mutualism with that. But I want to first say that this sort of becoming, these symbioses of things coming together and becoming something else, becoming themselves, but not only, is one of the major, I think, sort of delights of modern biology. The idea that even we are made up of cells that are symbiotic, that the mitochondria in our cells are bacterial symbionts that still reproduce their own DNA in their own way in our cells, in a way that aren't us, but are, because we're multitudes. It's not symbiosis, and this idea of new species being created out of symbiosis is not a marginal or rare phenomenon. It's common, and we live, I think, in a symbiotic world. So with that, a slight shift of tone into mutualism, which exists within the scientific framework as one of three types of symbiotic relationships. So symbioses can be defined in many different ways, and one of the ways of defining them is two species in physical contact with another. It's like sort of the most basic and simple, and that could mean anything from a predator-prey species to this incredible shrimp and eel relationship. But those connections can exist in different frameworks, and scientists who like to make boxes for things have made 3 boxes or more, but I'll talk about 3 today, of symbioses. There's mutualism on one end of a spectrum where both species benefit. In the middle, we have something called commensalism, which is where one species benefits and the other is not affected. And then the third, parasitism, which we're more familiar with, where one species benefits and the other is harmed. I'll start with parasitism because I think it gets a bad rap and also has a nice undertone of morality within the science, which is so objective. But we definitely don't like parasites in our modern culture. We sort of think of them as icky and bad. Even this beautiful leech, who is so gorgeous and green, we sort of think of it as like a bad thing that takes from us without giving back. It takes our resources, our blood, without really stopping to reflect on the way that we take resources and don't give back. So just a little suggestion maybe that we might be parasites. But I think that again, I think then once we sort of look closely, we can maybe begin to look beyond and start to think about other ways of being and use these organisms as metaphors, as strategies for transformation and mutation. This is a picture of a humpback, I think it's, oh shoot, I don't know what kind of whale this is. Sorry, mammal taxonomist, it's just bad. This is a whale, and it's covered in barnacles. This is a great example of commensalism, where the barnacles benefit by sort of being moved around. They get different water to be in throughout the year. They get they go where the food is. Basically, the whale goes to a place where they can also filter feed, and the whale isn't affected really by them being on its skin, as far as we know. And I think that's a key that I'll go to in a minute. I think I'll have time. But I think that maybe we can start to think about how maybe a first step of being as people, as humans, is how can we be commensalist with our world? How can we live in a way that doesn't parasitize, but lives in a way that and I think like carbon neutral and this sort of thing is like not really what I'm talking about here, but thinking about like a net impact and net impact on the environment and the multi-species community that we live around. But even from the other side of things, I think this sort of like moralizing about parasitism is misguided in some ways. This is a photograph of mistletoe in a tree, which is a parasite. They have parasitic relationships with trees. They're plants that grow on the branches of trees and they tap into the branches. though, and they're often called pests in the scientific literature, which is interesting, because that has it's such a loaded term. And they do sometimes kill the host trees that they're on, but only really in rare cases. Some have actually been recognized recently as keystone species, mistletoes, which means that they're sort of like, they have a disproportionately large impact on their ecosystem and their environment. And if there's a loss in diversity or in abundance of these mistletoes, the whole environment shifts. And that, I think, really reflects like the difficulty of looking at a relationship and saying, clearly this one's benefiting and this one is not. Because in doing that, I think that we're imposing our own ideas of what benefit and harm are, in a way, and thinking about what the mistletoe does, like sort of stopping at the first step, saying, okay, the mistletoe is taking resources from this tree. But then not thinking about all of the birds that its berries feed, and all of the leaves that all of the animals that its leaves feed, and then the birds that move the tree's pollen from tree to tree as the birds eat the mistletoe berries, and then also the birds and small animals that can nest inside these, like small owls in North America that nest inside. I think, and also they increase the biodiversity around them. There was a study recently that showed that juniper stands with mistletoes had more junipers around them because the birds that eat the mistletoe berries also eat juniper berries and bring junipers to the places where there are mistletoe. So they sort of create these like juniper outposts. As just a small aside, because we're going to have our Wxtchcraft session this afternoon, popular name for these is witch's broom. So, and they have an incredible, incredible history of mythological connection. The Golden Bough by Fraser is like an early 1900s work on mythopoetics and common myths across world cultures. Very today problematic, but also sort of rooted. A lot of it is rooted in this idea of mistletoe as like a ritual object and it has these connections, which another talk, another day. Depending on how I'm doing on time, I would like to end with one more species organism as metaphor. This is a green sea slug that was brought to my attention by my co-director, Lee, who lives in Florida, where these are native, the eastern seaboard. They live in salt like sea tides and salt marshes. And they live in what's called a subcellular endosymbiotic mutualism with green algae, marine algae. So they actually eat the algae and partially digest it, not wholly. And part of the algae, the chloroplasts and the ability to photosynthesize, ends up in the cells of the sea slug. So they become slug. The slug is a slug, but not only. I love that phrasing, but it is. I mean, the slug becomes algae and the algae becomes slug, and together they are neither slug nor algae. And they sort of mutually benefit from this process, this ongoing process of consumption, but not consumption, and sort of transformation together into something new. And in that process, it shapeshifts, it becomes green and dissolves into its environment. It becomes the green of the algae around it, and it mimics it. And this mimicry and this mutation and mutability and mutualism, I think, all come together in this sea slug as an embodiment of this sort of queer future that I've been trying to think about and maybe guide us towards today, where we're thinking about an adaptive sort of relationality that bridges these shores in the living and in this vibrant world we live in, that enacts a life based on transformation and mutual benefit. And in the world that we live in, where almost every aspect of our environment is built and embodies a form of parasitism and extractivism, to imagine systems designed with mutualism in mind, I think that's the thing, that's the act. But imagining these systems becomes harder and harder every day. This species, for example, is endangered, and scientists are finding it more and more difficult to study because they can't find them. They just don't know where they are, and if they're even there anymore. And I think this loss is often quantified in the West and in science as a term of like loss of potential human impact, like studies in possibly potential breakthroughs in gene therapy, or thinking about immunology and the ways that this sort of gene transfer and becoming other can work. But to go beyond that, I think that this is the loss of imagination, a loss of dreaming, and the ability to see something new. Each non-human or other organismal kin that exists has its own life path that I think we can consider as a possible potential future or another way of being, and learn from. I think with every complex ecological system in the world now in decline, we're losing not only our kin, but our potential visions of the future, where evolution is a process of amplified abundance and joy and complexity and intimacy and growth, in the positive way, not the capitalist way. I think extinction events like the global ones that we're enacting right now around the world is a process of homogenization, and that's a huge loss. I didn't mean to end on such a sour note, but I think that I'll stop there and say thank you all.
I really did not want this to end. I really wanted to see, more of the examples you're putting forward. I felt you opened up a world for me, in a context that really makes sense. This bringing together of art and science and critical theory in a narrative that's refreshing is something that I want to explore with you after in the conversation. Really quiz you on how to become a slug. But first, I also want to enrich this conversation with our other speaker, Kumbirai Makumbe, who is joining us from London at the moment. So they are a London-based artist who believe in the transmutation of the intangible yet experiential. They place a significant effort into the speculative exploration of alternative modes of being and thinking that offers means to negate exclusionary acts and ideologies. Kumbirai's work addresses the multidimensionality of blackness, notions of inclusion, in-betweenness, care, and transcendence. In response to the theme of mutation, Kumbirai Makumbe will talk about the role of transformation in their work and how prototypes or mutants can perform new ways of being. They will elaborate on their ongoing research on in-betweenness in terms of gender, translocational belonging, and a constantly changing landscape of identities. How to navigate in-betweenness and how do we take ownership of it. So super excited for your talk. You have the floor. Welcome, everyone.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm sad I couldn't actually make it in person, but I'm really excited to give my talk and talk you through the research that I've been doing. I'd like to first of all give a big thank you to Katia and the rest of the Fiber team for allowing this to happen and for inviting me here. And I'd also like to thank Nicolas for that amazing talk. It was incredible. I saw a lot of ideas that kind of run between both of our practices. So that was really enjoyable. And I'm glad that I get to do this alongside you. And so to begin with my talk, I will first of all maybe give an insight more into my practice. And so a big part of my practice is kind of forming or adopting languages which I feel like exist already or demand to be made. When I talk about kind of trying to make the intangible and the experiential kind of come to life is through tapping into what I call, what I term as tapping into the personal that then seeps into the universal. And so this is what this in-betweenness is. And so I'll probably begin by kind of getting into the basis of my practice, first of all. So my practice, first of all, began in terms of exploring Blackness as one-dimensional, or the conceptualization of it as one-dimensional, when in actuality, I feel like it exists in a very multi-dimensional way. And so you get a lot of people kind of classifying things as Black, but also not Black, which then kind of became naturally hyperbolic, and then you would then get to a point where people's blacknesses could be revoked, or Black people would then be classed as being not Black enough. And so I really took kind of issue with this, because I felt like it kind of went to, it kind of then could have a ripple effect in so many other areas and could get quite more serious. And so at the beginning of my practice, I really started delving into this and really trying to get into kind of stressing the importance of understanding Blackness as multidimensional and maybe actually being able to take on infinite forms. And so through that, I first began through conceptualizing Blackness as actually being silver. And that's because I was feeling like Blackness is Black, but it's not always going to be the same Black that everyone imagines in their heads. And then I started thinking about this not shape-shifting, but this kind of, this color that could camouflage and exist in multiple different places and kind of reflect all of these spaces, but also remain what it is. And I was really fascinated by silver, because you can put silver in any color room and it'll reflect that color and nearly appear to resemble it, but at the same time, at its core, it still is silver. And so through this, let me see if I can show some of my work. So yes, resume share. Sorry about this. So yeah, I did this research and I started really looking into how I could form a narrative or kind of form a language in order to do that. So I did that through silver. And so through this work that's on show at the moment, which is called It Was a Mix of Things, which I showed at Art Bite Gallery in London, I created this narrative about an artificial intelligence that assisted an infomorph in their ascension to cyberspace. And so I was really interested in infomorphs, which are these like digital entities that are essentially consciousnesses uploaded onto the internet. And so I am really drawn to science fiction. I'm really interested in these expansive ideas. And also my practice deals a lot with technology and digital spaces. So I was really interested in this narrative of a character having their consciousness uploaded onto the internet, but specifically a Black character. And then also what happens to the Blackness when it's kind of transferred to the space. And so I started thinking about silver, and I started thinking about what this person would be like. Does their Blackness extend into the space? How would that manifest itself? And kind of really dealing into like what Blackness is at its core. And so part of that included also working with 3D printing, and this is a ceramic 3D printed and it's silver glaze. And I was just really fascinated as to how I could represent things that come out of Blackness and exist separate from it, but also attached to it. And so this work was a big milestone for me, as I feel like I did a lot of research into Blackness. I was reading a lot of Bell Hooks and her views on Blackness. I think she has a text called Postmodern Blackness, which was really influential to me. But it started off as this exploration of Blackness, and then expanding upon that, I then continued doing research to kind of maybe find a definition or conceptualization of Blackness that is fully inclusive of everyone. And I couldn't do it. And there's a reason why. And that's because there's no way to actually be able to essentially get to include every single infinite possibility of Blackness in one definition. It's just not possible. And then through this research, I stumbled upon a text by Michelle M. Wright, and it was in a book called Physics of Blackness, the Epistemologies of the Middle Passage. And in this work, she really got thinking of Blackness in a very expansive way. And she actually described it as not being a what, but as being a where and when. And that really shifted for me. And then alongside that, I went to this talk at the Lethby Gallery by Cedric Falk. And he talked about how within his curatorial practice, that he no longer wanted to make work about Blackness, but to make work through Blackness. And I was mesmerized by that, because I think for the first time, I really sat with myself and really thought about the fact that within my being, I am Black, but I also have all these other things, and I felt my Blackness intersects with all of those things as well. And so what I found is that I think it does mean an embodiment of intersectionality, but at the same time, it was meaning that I wanted to find a way to lay bare all the different aspects of myself, including my Blackness, including my queerness, including all these other aspects of myself that I deemed important, instead of having to minimize them. And it was at that point that I realized that a big part of my practice is actually about kind of going against the simplification of things. I've really started to advocate for complicating things and demanding for that complexity to be able to be accommodated and to be understood and also handled and be held. Because I feel like it's through these simplifications, it's through the creation of binaries and not allowing for anything in between those things to exist, they get all these issues coming up. You get people that aren't being accommodated. You could get, and also this isn't the root cause of everything, of course, but I feel like for me, it's where I've decided to go to. Is that this in-between space between all of these things is a space that needs to be acknowledged and kind of claimed and kind of be demanded to be accommodated by the area that it surrounds. And so through that, I started doing research into what I've now termed as in-betweenness. And that's what I'm going to be getting into today. Yeah. So I will now go on to talk about the research into In-Betweenness and how that seeped into my work called Pre-Intertopia. So Pre-Intertopia is research that I did. Oh, sorry about this. Technology just really doesn't work the way that you want it to sometimes. So I started researching into In-Betweenness and how I could give that form. And that's what I kind of talk about in terms of something that's experiential and intangible, but I want to work on allowing that to take on a form. And so with this In-Betweenness, I struggled for a while to actually be able to put it into words, but I managed to work on it quite abstractly, and I actually want to read out a little bit about it. So I put that In-Betweenness for me is this thing that's really hard to put into words. I've described it as the condition of experiencing an infinite series of nearlies but not quite yet. It's about constantly curdling whilst craving emotion. And so through this research into In-Betweenness, I realized that a really core part of that is this idea of belonging. And so through this research into belonging, I really started thinking about spaces and locations, specifically geographical, and more expansively space-time, but I'll get to that in a second. So I started thinking about how I could describe this in-betweenness, illustrate it, but also make it clear that it's a space that can be inhabited and it's a location within itself. And so I started looking into into Einstein-Rosen bridges, which is basically wormholes. So in science fiction, no, it's not science fiction, but I'm actually going to just show you an image. So basically Einstein-Rosen bridges are wormholes that connect two different locations within space-time. And so these bridges essentially allow for one person to travel from one location to another. I was really fascinated by the term anotopism whilst doing this research. And anotopism is when something exists within the wrong location. It's kind of like anachronism, where anachronism really talks about time. So it's something that's in the wrong time. But I was really interested in anotopism, which is something that exists in the wrong location. And so bringing it all together, this in-betweenness of kind of existing between two things. With belonging, it was like, I was really thinking about the fact that you can kind of, when being in this in-between space or feeling in between, you can essentially belong to multiple places at the same time, but yet when you're in that position, you don't feel like you necessarily belong in each one fully. You're nearly fully belonging in one place, but also not in the other. So you're kind of in between yet in both. And so with that, I started researching into belonging and kind of finding a language for that. And I found this text by Floria Anthias called Translocational Belongings, in which she talks about translocational belonging as reflecting the condition of the wanderer, of the non-fixities, of the fluidities and the flows of categorizing the human condition in our turbulent times today. And so for me, this in-betweenness then expanded as to being able to not just be about Blackness or queerness or any of these things. It's about going through them and finding something that's universally, not universal, but something that can be somewhat people from different backgrounds be able to attach to it, of that personal then seeping into the universal. And I think that's what's important at the moment, because I feel like as a Black queer individual, I could talk about how my experiences need to be also centered and how that needs to come to nice to be acknowledged. But at the same time, I kind of found really beautiful in terms of understanding us as an interconnected network, where I felt my experiences are obviously, those are regularly overlooked. But at the same time, by centering those, but also trying to place them into the universal, you can create bridges, kind of similar to the Einstein-Rosen bridges, but it's a form of networking and connecting, which I found really beautiful. And then the people that are in this in-between are the people who have these divergent identities. And these divergent identities I found are those that complicate constructed histories, are those that kind of agitate the status quo and complicate essentially conceptualizations around identity, around nationalism, just in terms of like many of the ways in which the world works. And so this in-betweenness really became of importance when I started talking to it with other individuals, and they would be telling me about how they feel in relation to having migrated and then kind of feeling like they exist in two locations, the place they've migrated to, but also the place that they left. You get it with queer people talking about that, especially with trans and non-binary individuals. I'm trans and non-binary myself. And I feel like there are the binaries of male and female, but also there's what's in between that, but also what's outside of that. And that's not something that's either accommodated either. And so through these conversations, I felt like this was just feeling of really big importance. And so through going through that, I started trying to find a way to illustrate this. And so these Einstein-Rosen bridges, I'll get to the work that I've produced alongside of this. So yeah, let me close that. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Here we are. So in terms of this, I created these sculptures, which I call the figments. And so the figments were these bodies that were fluid in structure and were also kind of what the parts of the bodies were blending into one another. And so I was really interested in these objects that are in between cognition, but also not. Some are bodies blurring into one another and resembling specific moments or experiences, and also quite fluid within their gender. And so I started really wanting to go specifically towards making these sculptures because I work quite digitally and I'm very interested in the blurring of the spaces between the digital and the physical. And so 3D printing to me, especially creating these objects that I've designed digitally and then bringing them into physical spaces, is a form of terraforming. I've done what terraforming is essentially adapting, like physically changing an environment to be able to accommodate you. So for example, an example of terraforming could be, for example, people going to Mars and then actively changing the physical conditions of Mars to accommodate human life. And that would be changing the air quality, making sure that, like, try and find a way in order to make the water be drinkable and be usable if there is water there. And so this practice of terraforming has become very integral to my practice, as now with this fluidity and transformation within myself, and that I feel like I do constantly in order to exist, I feel like I'm now understanding myself as fluid, but at the same time now demanding the landscape in which I exist within to also become fluid. And because I think what I was really feeling through this in-betweenness was this feeling of wanderlust, this desire to travel, this desire to go somewhere where I might exist, be able to exist and be accommodated for and flourish essentially. However, I feel like that wanderlust, as much as it in a way feels like a beautiful thing isn't something that should be integral to one's experience and be due to one's identity within a specific location. And so this terraform became really important to me because I think it now started through an acceptance of oneself, but then kind of demanding that from the outside perspective, or from external, from the body. And so through that, I really just kept on continuing, and I just started making a work that, well, just finished a work which I call Pre-Intertopia, which was a sculptural installation which is on show at Visual Carlo in Ireland. And it was, let me stop this. Sorry about this. Here we go. And yeah, it was my first large-scale sculptural installation, which included making life-size sculpture and an installation that really referenced geographical locations, which is something that I've never done before. So here we go. Here we are. And so with these wormholes, I was really interested in the fact that they allow you to go from one location to another. And in terms of thinking around this wanderlust and this desire to travel, I was really fascinated by the fact that you could essentially have a wormhole that could take you to a different location. And so that would be a way to travel through different space times in order to find a way to get to a different location. And so I decided through my other work, also actually, yeah. I wanted this body to be presented as being pulled into a wormhole. And I'm really interested in using color as a way to show locations and also traveling as well. And so if actually, would you be able to show, play the video that I sent over for this presentation as well? Also, I'm not able to see if it started working. And I think something's covering the camera. There we go, thank you. And so this was a work that additional work that I made called Living Doesn't Mean You're Alive. And through this, I was really interested in trying to find ways of showing traveling through color as them being different locations. And the work really became a turning point for me in terms of using color in that way and kind of being able to expand upon my previous research on that. And so I think for me, the importance of this, I think, is demanding this change or this transformation from what's outside of you. And so this is Living Doesn't Mean You're Alive. But yeah, I think if the sound can be turned on a bit higher, that will be the end of my presentation when the video finishes.
When I initially heard this, I thought, shit, God, I wish I had this. But then I found out that most of the people with the condition die in childhood due to injuries or illnesses that have gone unnoticed and undiagnosed. In that moment, I understood that pain is vital for survival. So here I am. I left my body because it hurt, but pain followed me here, and that's what's always going to happen. I've come to understand that things hurt for a reason. Pain is an indicator that something is wrong and something needs to change. So it hurts, but I think it's supposed to.
Hi, So that was my work, Living Doesn't Mean You're Alive. And that work was a culmination of me thinking about physical and digital spaces coexisting between the two, but also moving forward. And so thank you so much for coming to the talk. I hope the ideas came across regardless of the technical difficulties. But thank you so much for coming. It's been a pleasure.
Wow, thank you so much. Maybe I invite you to the couch. So we're just gonna have a small conversation, and thank you so much, Kumbirai, for I think such a refreshing talk.
Yes.
And I relate a lot to your work as someone who I think marinates in in-betweenness. I think it's something that I constantly have to navigate. I think a lot of us are navigating one version or one element of in-betweenness. So I want to untangle some of these notions and maybe talk to you both about some aspects of your work. So maybe to start with Nicolas, we talk about queering ecology. And there's very clear sites where this is happening. We know where ecology can benefit from this abolishing the tyranny of categories. And I think this is a theme that we can really see there. But I'm actually kind of curious about the opposite relationship, as in, okay, we were queering ecology, but how does queerness as a category itself benefit from this kind of scientific collaboration?
I love that. I mean, that's what I'm thinking about all the time. And I think that one way of that I talked about a lot in my talk today is thinking about these other ways of living and like sort of putting ourselves into them, if just for a moment or for a lifetime. That way of looking out to look in again, and the practice of closely looking and examining our own experiences of categories and boundaries and relationality and queerness, and sort of thinking about what are the weird things and the strange things out there that are not out there but here, and bringing them back again. To get into, I mean, I don't want to get into critical theory, but I think in that way, thinking about using and becoming other as a sort of an orbit, that you go out to come back again, and in that way then you return to your own queerness or your own sense of identity and self, with a sort of it's like a change through the trajectory of going out and becoming and seeing another and becoming a sort of sensing through the eyes of another or the body of another. Then you can return with a new sense of your own body and its relation to the world around you.
But this seems like a very playful choreography. I mean, you mentioned play and joy as a function of navigating these spaces. How can we invite kind of this joyful presence more into our practice?
I think it's a everyday choice. I mean, for me, it's something that I love so much to play and to approach things with an optimism, a critical optimism, as we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah.
But that sense of wonder is that's it. That's once if you lose that sense of wonder, or if you choose to turn away from that sense of wonder, I think that's when things start getting grim. But I think that it's a practice like everything else, a daily practice, a moment-to-moment practice of turning towards curiosity and wonder and joy and desire.
I think it's sometimes hard to wrap your head around it, because the conversation around liminality and in-betweenness is often oh, it's coercion. I'm forced. I find myself to be in this space. And I think on that note, I want to turn to Kumbirai for something that you mentioned that I really resonated with, which was having to invite complexity into your understanding of these categories, right? That even when we invite joy and we're playful, a lot of the times what we do is that, okay, we're going to reduce it to something that is joyful. And even as a person of color, I know that joy is often co-opted just to have a certain imaginary of things. So, okay, the same question, how do we invite joy into the table without having a reductionist approach of our experiences?
How do you incorporate joy? I think for me it's through a really rapid or really aggressive form of self-acceptance. I think this whole concept of in-betweenness is something that kind of, I think initially sounds quite a lot and not something great to experience, but I think my work is really trying to emphasize the importance of claiming that space and really taking it up as not something that should be experienced badly, but as something that needs to be accommodated for and something that's worth fighting for. And I think through those things, you do find joys through these constant steps of doing so, and also through encountering other people that experience that, and then finding joys and finding the moments that are worth cherishing within that, and the lessons that you learn from that, and how those kind of help you to know what needs to be done in order to build a better future for those that come after you as well. And I think it's through this world building and doing it collectively and sharing those with other people and connecting with those people that I find joy through that process.
Yeah, definitely. I think I also want to explore this world building angle of it more, and actually moving from an individual practice of queering ecology, for example, to a collective practice. But before we go into that, I actually want to ask you both about your choice of medium in exploring these spaces. Because I think there is a literacy, an imagination problem, and I think we talked about this. What function do you feel the medium of choices? So either whether it's animation, whether it's scans of animals, how does that fit? What function does that play in forming a literacy and a collective imagination of in-betweenness? Mm-hmm. It's a clunky question. Whoever wants to start, I'm just throwing this in there.
I can go first if Nicolas.
Yes, please.
So for me, my practice revolves around the formation of a lot of science fiction narratives. So visually, I draw from quite fantastic, like magical or fantasy elements, and how that then meets with science fiction. And so my practice is based quite digitally, and I mainly started off through rendering images and then rendering with animations. But what I loved about that was because it allowed for me to be able to basically create anything. I love that I could get my little laptop out, go on some 3D software, and then begin forming anything or any shape. And I think especially whilst trying to work with fluidity, which is a big part of my practice as well, and whilst working with the self, I was really interested in these objects or these materials that are constantly in flux or blobby, as some people like to describe them. And I felt like emulating that through other mediums just didn't feel helpful. Whereas through 3D technologies, and specifically 3D software such as Cinema 4D, which I use, the possibilities were endless. And I feel like my practice kind of is rooted within being able to make anything possible. And then it started becoming to expand upon that. And so my practice or my work does this world building through these science fiction narratives. And they're constantly they evolve and they change from time to time. But for example, one dealt specifically with this, what I call the ascension of this human into an infomorph. And so I did that mainly through animation. I did that through images, but then I'm now working with these wormholes, and I started working through 3D printing to make those physical. And I think that process of making things physical and that form of terraforming has then allowed to also go hand in hand with the ideologies within my practice. So that's why I've kind of gone with those. And I think it's that I feel like I get to bypass a lot of limitations that I was finding in a lot of other mediums. And I think there's something quite beautiful about that.
It is, I think, and I also really enjoy how there is also like physical, tangible elements, but also experiments with these elements in digital spaces. So there's also an in-betweenness of that exploration in itself.
Yeah, digital and physical. I like the in-between space between those as well. I think the blurred lines are important.
And there's actually a lot of awkwardness when people do that kind of work, as in like, I don't know what I'm losing when I'm turning something very digital into something very physical, and vice versa. So how have you managed this, what other people find as awkwardness? Maybe you only derived joy out of it, but...
Yeah, I love it. Like also part of this, like another, it's quite nice to have that awkwardness that people love, I really enjoy it. So I, whenever I do my sculptures, I never just sculpt something in 3D and then I print it. I like to have these process of translation. So I'll do a drawing, I'll then sculpt that in clay, I'll then 3D scan that, and then I'll take it into the software, modify a little bit, and then 3D print it. And within this process of scanning, there's always some things that are lost, there's something that I added. I don't get the exact same thing I got before. And so I feel like when these works are going through these process of translations, they're kind of going through an in-between space. And instead of trying to reduce or take away a part of that process, I think I claim it, because I think, again, I'm not trying to simplify the process. I'm allowing the complications to remain there. And I think as much as I don't think about it too much, I don't think it's really helpful for me to think about, but I do think I also like the objects that I use or the means of production to actually also be incorporated into the work. And so I really claim it. I really thrive on it. And you never know what you're going to get. So I could scan something 10 times, I get a different thing each time. And then I go with what I like the most.
Wow. How much do I love that answer? Because we often talk about in-betweenness in the sense of loss, in the sense of, okay, I have lost my belonging to both worlds. But it's never about being kind of a wanderer, or you talk about wanderlust, just centering curiosity and having, I think, a vantage point that is really important. And of course, saying this, we also don't oversimplify that there is loss, definitely, but then there is also this curiosity that allows you to be part of two spaces at once, or fluctuate, or be in a cycle with those spaces.
I love that what you said, Kumbirai, about translating, like the active translation, you're always losing and always gaining.
Yeah.
And that, like, the double side of that is so important. And so often in talking about translation, literal translation of languages, you talk about what you lose, especially when you're thinking about like political nuance or poetic depth. But also what is gained is like, there's so much richness there. And like, again, it's a matter of shifting perspective and like saying, okay, turning away from the loss, or even saying, I see the loss and I feel the loss and we hold the loss in this active translation, and what is the gain? And like what joys and wonderful things come from this active translating and being in between.
It's almost like there's an extra level of spatial awareness that I can recognize not being part of a space, but I also recognize. So the membership itself is also somewhat fluid. And I really liked what you mentioned about translation. I really liked an essay by Walter Benjamin called The Task of the Translator, where he talks about that translation in itself is an act of world building. You never have a neutral like even linguistically, you never have a truly neutral translation. And in a way, maybe he didn't have the full vocab to talk about in-betweenness, but I think in a way it alludes to that. All right, much more questions that I have, but I also want to give the audience a chance to ask some questions. So are there anyone would like to ask? Any burning questions, provocations? We're all mesmerized.
Well, I actually had something, thinking about practice and medium.
Yeah.
And when you first asked the question, I was sort of a bit like thinking about, gosh, I'm sort of acting as this, I'm being in myself a like mutable, like individual acting as on behalf of a collective. And how do I answer that question, thinking about my own work and my own experience in the collective, or the collective as a whole, and try to represent the many voices through one. And then sort of realize, like, even if I were answering that from the point of view of the Institute of Queer Ecology, we haven't worked in the same medium for any project. It's always a new thing that we're doing. But I think that actually the medium that we're working in is collaboration, like art as living. And I think that sort of, like, the practice of, and Kumbirai, what you said in the first question, thinking about, like, the joy of speaking you didn't say it in exactly this way, so I'm going to paraphrase you, but speaking your truth and other people hearing you and responding to you, and then there's a connection forged. And in that way, like, the community becomes, like, you find your people in that way through voicing yourself. And I think that is a medium of creating and living too. And I think maybe that's sort of the world building, like, medium. And yeah.
No, absolutely. I think this is also an excellent bridge to my next question, because I was always wondering, and it's always a strong question, because let's say queering as a practice is often very individual, like you're practicing queerness. How do we turn that into a collective imaginary? How do we build it collectively? How do we universalize a personal experience? And yeah, so you say, collaboration is a medium, and this is absolutely something that I believe in.
I'm always hesitant to answer questions about universalizing anything, but I think that one of the answers, or one of the ways of going about this sort of like expansion of the process of queering and of becoming other and understanding other starts. And I don't mean this like sort of facetiously and vaguely. I mean literally locally. It starts with like you and the people around you, physically in your space, near where you, like in where you live, and not only the people but the plants and the animals and the soil and like the things in your home, like at your home, at your door, and sort of like re-navigating your own relationships to those things, where each then becomes a relational, intimate connection. And I think that like if we all do that a little bit, maybe then something universal will come out of that. But again, the universal, I don't think that this sort of process, which is a process of losing yourself to become something else, to then be together, to work together, I don't think that can come from like a
top down.
Do it this way. But
it almost feels like we just have to start with our immediate network. Right?
Yes.
Immediate relations, and then see if that, I don't know, scales somehow or organically grows.
Yeah.
I want to ask the same question to you, because it's if we're navigating in-betweenness, we also have this hyper awareness that every relationship, every membership to a category is different from every individual. So how do we build collective imaginaries?
Ooh, how to build collective imaginaries? I think similar to what Nicolas said, I think it's about starting off with those conversations and really trying to, I think it's about talking about the similarities and the things you have going on together instead of trying to focus on things you have separately. Because I think those moments are bridges, and they allow for something beautiful to happen, and then some things can be built up on them. I don't know about on large scales, but I think just locally, I feel like you can find those connections that may be able to then be, or things from those interactions can then be transferred to larger scales. But I think if it starts off on having conversations and trying to base them on things that you share in common or issues that you share in common, and maybe trying to work on things together. I think it's not just talking. I feel like we've been talking for a while, and I think talking also covers arguing or having disputes. But I think on actually working together to solve things together, maybe things from that could help to then allow for that those universal connections to kind of happen. It's like what I was talking about, for example, having these conversations about in-betweens with people, and some people will be about queerness, some people will be about race, some people it's about them migrating. For people, it's about specific geographical locations due to things that have happened a long time ago. And like constructed histories. For example, my parents really felt like they were in between two constructed histories. They're from Zimbabwe. They were talking about basically when Mugabe was in power, and basically the constructed history of when he was in power, also the reality of being there in Zimbabwe and kind of existing within that in between. I mean, my parents struggled to clash sometimes as being from different generations for various reasons, but that was then a bridge. And so I think it's moments like that that really allow for something beautiful to happen. And also you learn about new things that are outside of your experiences, outside of the things that you've gone through and what you know. And I think that's really beautiful.
I think it is also beautiful. And I actually want to instigate a slight change in tone, because I think a lot of the conversation we've been having now about being or exploring In-Betweenness has been around, let's say, joy, curiosity. It's about invoking, harmony or symbiosis or a version of mutualism. But what are the opportunities, actually, that maybe manifested in both your works, where it wasn't harmony that we investigated from In-Betweenness, but actually resistance against the categories? As in, actually, what if I do actually want to destroy these categories that are not beneficial? What if I want to break down the system? What opportunity does In-Betweenness give us in terms of resistance? Kind of this idea of resistance is in the cracks, perhaps. Has it manifested in your work, or have you been maybe pondering over that idea in some way?
May I?
I don't know whoever wants to answer. Sorry.
I won't be long, I think.
Yeah, go for it.
But I think that when the first thing that comes to my mind is thinking about the ways that we build knowledge.
Yeah.
Given my own experience and that I work in the sort of intersection of art and science, which are like seemingly so different ways of knowing, but I think equally valid ways of knowing. But one of them is just very like dogmatic and patriarchal and rigid in its structure. And I think that in the framework of thinking about of generating knowledge, of world building, of creating, of maybe sort of building the house of your own knowledge, of your own experience, that there's a power in queerness and in otherness and in-betweenness that you have like solid ground to stand on, because it exists in definition in contrast to the establishment, to the norm. And in that, like, the norm is like a vague, undefined cloud, and there's nowhere to stand in it. But when you become yourself, you are on solid ground, and you can push against something. You have something to push against. You have an identity to push with, and a way of sort of framing your, like, the foundations of your house.
So by existing unapologetically in that space.
Yes, and coming and becoming yourself. What in sort of a self-defined system that exists within you, in contrast to the sort of nebulous and really sort of like overwhelming sometimes norm.
Yeah, definitely. Same question to you, Kumbirai.
So could you repeat it again? I think I got lost in what Nicolas was saying.
Well, yeah, it was mainly a question about is there space for resistance in In-Betweenness rather than, or maybe in conjunction with play and curiosity?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yes, that was it. No, for sure, because I think I like the way you describe it as the cracks. For me, I think this In-Betweenness is something that I've kind of struggled to put into words in a very like concrete way, or put into writing. Most of the time, the writing I've done about it is quite abstract. It's very emotional and very much biased in terms of my own experiences. But one of the things I think I said it in my talk as well, is that I've described the people to be in the in-between. Are those with divergent identities, and I feel like I kind of said earlier on, there's identities that kind of agitate the status quo or the norm, or kind of contradict constructed histories, or what is widely known and what the world is built upon. And I think it just complicates a lot of things, and through that complication, I think you get cracks. And I think once you are able to highlight what those cracks are and kind of maybe find them, make them bigger, and then demand for them to kind of be acknowledged as something that is significant, I think through those moments you are then able to kind of understand what needs to be done and able to accommodate them, or to accommodate for these cracks, or what's needed to solve them and to heal them, if that's a thing that needs to be done. But I think these cracks in a way kind of demand change and show that what is currently there or existing or happening or kind of in work is not it's not completely sustainable. There's errors within it, there's things that aren't working, and there's things that have to change because of that. And I think it's within those cracks which the people themselves and these new divergent identities kind of embody, I think it's through that where I think resistance can be changed. And I think it's through that claiming of it and taking up that in-between space as a place not to be just to wallow within, but to claim and kind of demand for it to be a place where joy can be felt and all these things can be experienced in a good light, is when I think beautiful things can happen. I keep on saying beautiful things because that's what.
No, I love this kind of sense of optimism. Yeah, because conversations about in-betweenness are often dark. at least in thoughts that people have around it. So that's why I'm really interested in the sense of optimism, play, how there is a new way of being that I can navigate the states of in-betweenness. And this brings me to my next question, because personally, and I'll go a little bit off script here, my navigation of in-betweenness has been very reactive. Isn't I find myself in this space, what do I do? You know, this is the reality. I think about it post priori. That's it. But I do want, listening to both your talks, that there is intentional practice of embracing this in-betweenness or standing in solid ground, like, you know, becoming a bat or having better connections with your plants. I would like to wrap this out and really go back to this and maybe present it to the audience in a way, how can we have more intentional practice of in-betweenness with considering all the elements we mentioned?
I'm going to try to answer this question in a moment, but I also wanted to say, in structuring this metaphor of like standing on solid ground with the identity of queerness or in-betweenness or otherness, I realized that that's in sort of direct contrast to the idea of in-betweenness, in especially the Einstein-Rosenfeld
is Einstein-Rosen bridges.
Rosen bridges. Amazing.
Close enough.
Yes. That in that space, the in-betweenness and the metaphor for in-betweenness is it's not on solid ground. It's in between the two solid grounds.
Yeah.
It's like a dissolving but also like a form of flight. Like you're not bound by the rules of the ground on either side. And I think that sort of like, I mean, that's power.
Yeah.
Like that like it can be like it's happening to you, but it's also like you're doing something that people that are on solid ground can't do. And I think that there's the metaphor, even though it's exactly opposite, I think that they both work in this sort of way that metaphors do, which is the mutability, mutating way. The question, though, that you asked.
No, but this is a great point. This is something that we have to keep in mind.
Yeah. Your question was about how do we enact.
Yeah, with intention,
Yes.
not as a reactive practice.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question. Bravely.
Yeah.
One word.
Bravely, we invite this kind of embracing of in-betweenness.
I think we have to do it with courage and like with it's because it is, like you said, the reaction comes from a place of like you've found yourself out of control. When the reaction comes, it's because you're in a position where you're not in, like the agency is taken sometimes from us when we're in places of in-betweenness. And perhaps that like throwing yourself into the wormhole is like the bravest thing that we can do. And it's I mean, not to keep using this sort of all the threads together, but it's an intimate thing and it's a joyful thing if we choose in some ways for it to be our decision, I think. And when we don't, when we find ourselves there, is when it becomes like scary.
Yeah.
But again, it's not a place that everyone has the privilege of choosing to be in or out of. And so that, I think, like trying to figure out the places where you can say, this is my choice, and this is how I found myself in the world, are the places where we maybe can sort of start to card apart those places where we can find the bravery and the joy and the intention, and like, again, turn towards those.
Yeah. No, I actually do have friend who often gives me this advice of, okay, thinking of the cocoon and the butterfly, is that when you're in the in-between, you always have to let yourself fall apart. And that phrasing for me was, okay, what is that? How do I let myself do something I don't want to do? Like it is, how does that work? And I think this really reiterates on this idea of, okay, bravely and intentionally embrace this state of flux. Same question to you.
Oh, is it
yes,
Micah?
yes, sorry, Kumbirai, yes.
I feel like for me, it's similar to what you said just at the end. I think it's like with change, I think I found that for me, a way to stay solid ground is kind of trying to not be surprised by everything. I know obviously you're going to encounter new things constantly, but I think it's about kind of trying to get used to things constantly being in flux and kind of trying to know who you are even when those things are changing. I feel like for me with In-Betweenness is that I feel like I did react a lot near the beginning, but I think for me, it was going through this process and starting to really figure out what I was in between these things, that when there's changes on either side, I feel like I'm not having to react to them because I know why I'm external to them. And then when they happen, I kind of know with the information that I have and the experience that I've had how to deal with that. Which is a very difficult thing, and I feel like I constantly find myself within it. But I think sometimes for me, reaction comes out of a not knowing, an unhelpful not knowing, or am I not being able to understand. But I think once you come out of this thing of having to react instantly or having to know, why can't you just, it's like the whole thing of like, sometimes don't go against it, let it go through you. And then once you're letting it go through, you can then kind of be able to grasp it within a moment and be like, okay, I know what I am in relation to this thing that's happening through me. I think it's about patience and just putting in the work, but also having to practice daily to kind of be able to deal with change or something different or something that's unknown. And I think it has a lot to do with othering. If you look at the way in which others or anything other has been encountered in the past, there's always that thing of fight or flight. And in the past, historically, on mass scales, it's been fight or justifications that allow for that fight when it's not necessary. And I think now within the landscape that we're in, there's so many divergent identities that are coming up. And I think there needs to be a point where you don't just react initially, but I think you take the time to kind of learn or understand and understand where you as an individual stand in relation to that thing. And so yeah, that's what I would say to that question. I don't know if I answered it, but that was...
You did. You really did. You really did. And I mean, I think it's also a great note to conclude on. And I think I can't thank you enough, both of you, for the conversation and for the work that you've done. And sometimes I wish I can dedicate my work to In-Betweenness because it's something that I live. But your work allows me to really rethink my positionality, my ways of being in these like liminal, fluid, ever-changing spaces. And I can't stress how important it is in general to have work like yours. So thank you so much for joining us today, and I wish I could talk to you more and even go more meta, but I think, for the interest of time, we have to end here. So thank you both so much.
Thank you.
And
thank you.
Yeah. And I hope we can continue this in another context.
I just wanted to say we can go outside, but then we can also come back at, I don't know, but I lost time. Like, I think we've entered different time zones. And but I think in like half an hour, more or less, so 4:15, where we will explore collective ways of learning and being and healing again, but then through the lens of witchcraft. With Erika and Dayna and also with Juliette later on. But I would also encourage you, in the meantime, to visit Other Worlds, if you haven't yet, which is in the room next door, so you can go outside and go there to see the work of Sofia Bokakova. starting with Ukrainian traditions, the work explores and combines paganism from different cultures and other surrounding magical practices with contemporary discourse and technology, which maybe prepares us also for our next conversation. So, see you in a bit. Welcome back, or welcome to our last conversation of this Fiber Festival conference. Yesterday, we've been discussing modes of attuning to mutating worlds by looking at our energy systems and fostering energy literacies, by practicing more plural modes of listening. Today we've been continuing our conversation on collective modes of orientation. This morning for those that woke up early enough after yesterday, we had Richard Seymour here and Selçuk Balamir discussing post-capitalist design and how we could understand the idea of abundance differently. And then we continued with an also abundant, beautiful conversation with Nicolas Baird from the Institute of Queer Ecology and Kumbirai Makumbe, really inviting us to intentionally embrace in-betweenness And I think that conversation also led us beautifully to this last session on witchcraft. If you hadn't seen the other sessions, we also recorded everything. And what I think is really, what I found super beautiful over the last days is because together with Jarro and Fiber, we've invited all of you, and that many ideas and references and voices are recurring in different conversations. So if you missed the first part, then some of that will, I think, also resonate right now, hopefully. Witchcraft. So today we will discuss collective ways of learning, healing, and being. Inspired by magical thinking, artists and researchers are revisiting moments before the Industrial Revolution and past spiritual traditions to explore trajectories to more equitable futures. And we will talk about witchcraft in particularly together with multidisciplinary artist Juliette Lizotte, joining us remotely, with visual artist Dayna Casey, and curator Erika Sprey. And they approach witchcraft as a contemporary ecofeminist liberatory practice. And as I also told you outside, we wanted to give a trigger warning as we will be discussing themes of sexual violence and abuse. So feel free also to leave at any point if you want. But we will also mention it before the presentation starts. I just wanted to bring in just one of the many voices, but one that has been an important inspiration for many has been the work, of course, of Silvia Federici, and in particular a book, Caliban and the Witch from 2004, that aims to revive among younger generations the memory of a long history of resistance that today is in danger of being erased. Saving this historical memory is crucial if we are to find an alternative to capitalism, Federici states. And for this possibility, it will depend on our capacity to hear the voices of those who have walked similar paths. In her book, she examines the reorganization of housework, family life, child raising, sexuality, male-female relations, and the relation between production and reproduction, first of all in the 16th and 17th century of Europe, and including one of the most monstrous attacks on the body in the modern era, which is the witch hunt. She states about magic that at the basis of magic was an animistic conception of nature that did not admit to any separation between matter and spirit, and thus imagined the cosmos as a living organism populated by occult forces where every element was in sympathetic relation with the rest. In this perspective, where nature was viewed as a universe of signs and signatures marking invisible affinities that had to be deciphered, and every element, herbs, plants, metals, and most of all the human body, hid virtues and powers peculiar to it. And thus a variety of practices were designed to appropriate the secrets of nature and bend its powers to the human will, from palmistry to divination, from the use of charms to sympathetic healing. Magic opened a vast number of possibilities. Eradicating these practices was a necessary condition for the capitalist rationalization of work, since magic appeared as an illicit form of power and an instrument to obtain what one wanted without work, that is, a refusal of work in action. Also, magic kills industry, said Francis Bacon. So how do we reclaim the figure of the witch and foster a sensibility for the cosmos as a living organism? And can we practice forms of collective healing and care? First, I would like now to introduce Dayna and Erika. Erika Sprey studied comparative literature, cultural analysis, and philosophy at, among others, the University of Amsterdam, and as a Fulbright student at Columbia University in New York. And since 2010, she has been working as a curator, writer, and dramaturg for, among others, Art and Technology Festival Robodoc, Arts and Debate Center De Bali in Amsterdam, Dutch National Broadcaster VPRO, and Performing Arts Center Kai Theater in Brussels. Often asked as a process facilitator and organizer, she has been involved in local and international activism and guides participatory art and design projects revolving around often sensitive and embodied social, spatial, and economic justice issues. Erika is trained in process work and is certified system dynamics constellator, dwelling happily at the intersection between art and system dynamics, opening and holding transformative spaces where needed. She is program curator for the Studium Generale and at the Royal Academy of the Arts in The Hague, currently unfolding the long-standing Wxtchcraft program, which we'll speak more about. And Dayna Casey is an artist, researcher, writer, and graphic designer. She is co-editor and co-initiator and designer of the KWK Wxtchcraft zine, together with Erika, exploring witchcraft as a queer feminist laboratory practice. She has an MA in art praxis and critical theory from the Dutch Art Institute and is a prospective resident at the Jan van Eyck Postgraduate Academy. Recent research has revolved around anxieties of sense-making, setting out the stakes of pluralism and how it can be exploited by the right. In her practice, she often unpacks objects or symbols and uses them as storytelling devices to help think through complex and tangled political matters. She's currently collaborating with artist Eileen Benjaminson on Collapsed Mythologies, a geo-financial atlas, unraveling financial slang and its etymological histories, revealing absurd, supernatural or natural fictions that shape our worldly ecology. And together, you will be talking about this program and on the question of healing justice and the role that feminist publishing can play in offering tools for community care and survival, acting as portals to collective reorientation and accountability. And now I lost my breath, and I would love you to continue. Thank you.
Wow. Hi, everybody. Thank you, Katia, for this opportunity and already introducing Sylvia in excellent way. I think we'll only touch upon it on the way after this great quote at the center of Wxtchcraft. A little vulnerable check-in with you. That's also part of the Wxtchcraft practice that we see. No, it's also a bit of the crib time practice. One of the tools for community care is that I wanted to share with you that I've had a terrible, exhausting week, and I'm recovering from a migraine. So I might, be a bit messy and all over the place, but that's also definitely witchcrafty because it's not a linear story. We're gonna swerve many ways. When we were talking about witchcraft as a theme, it's so vast. It really opens a world of worlds. A pluriverse, literally, for which I refer definitely also to Marisol de la Cadena and Mario Blaso's book that has also been discussed. And this is only like a glimmer, no? So please regard these 30 minutes as a small map with portals. We'll do references. There are zines. That's why we made the zines also as a reference book, as a source book, as an inspiration. And then also we'll just see where this lands. And I also very quickly will give the floor to Dayna, because today we're going to focus specifically on how the zines have played a role in community care in the Royal Academy of the Arts, where we both are giving shape to the Studium Generale program. So, Wxtchcraft. The phenomenon of the reclaimed witch is not new, definitely not. No, it's coming from very new pagan traditions. Actually, Jasper Griepink is here, who I regard like a total knowledgeable person on this. And then also it's been reclaimed during the second wave of feminism by the Women's International Conspiracy from Hell. It's been and now we've arrived at a new iteration of this reclaimed witch, for which I'm also going to be reading a quote of Isabel Stengers, a Belgian philosopher that also has worked very closely with Marisol de la Cadena and Donna Haraway, and is also hugely important, and basically also uses, but is somebody who's really platforming the thought of Starhawk, also a total elder in the reclaimed witch tradition. So here's the reclaiming, means recovering from what we've been separated from. So maybe the enchanted universe, a little parenthesis. But not in the sense that we can get it back. Recovering means recovering from the very separation itself, regenerating what this separation has poisoned. The need to struggle and the need to heal in order to avoid resembling those we have to struggle against, so reproducing the violence, are thus irreducibly allied. A poisoned milieu must be reclaimed, and so must many of our words, those that, like animism and magic, carry with them the power to take us hostage. Do you really believe in witchcraft? I received this word reclaiming as a gift from neo-pagan contemporary witches and other US activists. I also received the shocking cry of a neo-pagan starhawk, the smoke of the burned witches still hangs in our nostrils. Certainly the witch hunters are no longer among us, and we no longer take serious the accusation of devil worshipping that was once leveled at witches. Rather, our milieu is defined by the modern pride in being able to interpret both witchery and witch hunting in terms of social, linguistic, cultural, or political constructs and beliefs. So here's this idea of reclaiming, the unapologetic reclaiming of the witch. So yeah, this is like the Wicca. So in the art world, this renewed interest has been translated to all kinds of exhibitions, among which Witches in Brussels, Witch Hunt in the Hammer Museum. Here you see a picture of in Nest. Right now, there's Every Moment a Junction going on, one that we co-curated together with Maaike Gouwenberg and Melanie Bonayo. And here is also obviously the Venice Biennale's entry of Mel, When the Body Says Yes, that maybe doesn't use the word witch, but definitely embodies it and puts it into practice. No, then this is also like the idea that the witch doesn't like only it's not a game of concepts. It's really about aligning with those values and embodying them. So there's a bit of the liberatory aspect is definitely here as well. So yeah, until now we could navigate between the very fictional idea of a, let's say, a Disney broomstick pointy hat on the one hand, or otherwise a very historical notion, like the heksenwaag in Oudewater, or things like but this is very difficult because the fictional and the historical get invariably entangled. And this is also a way that our Western see, I'm very tired. Like epistemology, thank you, is maybe a too reduced container to think of in another way, otherwise of witchcraft. So yeah, also because projections have been proven to be very violent, and also have been serving a very dark, violent agendas in a neo-colonial history that continues to this very day, maybe more invisible, maybe more outsourced and economic, but therefore not less violent. So this is also maybe an aspect of the witchcraft that is like aware of how these cultural projections work, no? And also putting them to use, how to reclaim them, alter them, queer them, make them performative, and so on. So this, if you, maybe this was also a part of the pandemic, no, that suddenly we had like no social sphere and only like a virtual, and I got really sucked into the rabbit hole of Instagram, and then the whole worlds of reclaimed witchcraft that we found there, the whole pluriverse. And there are many things to be found, from influential podcasts like Finding Our Way by Prentice Hemphill, How to Survive the End of the World by Adrienne Marie Brown and their sister. Then also I was very inspired by Johanna Hetva's, especially the Sick Woman Theory. That's an essay in which they really also explain how, liberatory work has always been imagined with abled bodies, and then they are definitely overturning this. And also they definitely also explore the more existential, darker use of the craft. And then, of course, Aurora Levins Morales with their medicinal stories, and so on and so on. It's really very vast out there. So, you could really like get lost in endless in the meme sphere. Yeah, it's not to be, I think, underestimated, this Instagram sphere. We talked about, what was it? Translocal belonging in our previous talk. There were wormholes created that created some sense of community. And especially during the pandemic, we found that this Wxtchcraft really tapped into worlds where people could gather. We opened like portals through our Instagram account, through Zoom, and this was a way to convene and talk about essential things, intersections of worries, of struggles, of crises that needed, urgencies that needed to be addressed. And so here you see the dramaturgical carpet, I would say. There are definitely books missing, but these are like many titles that have been influencing the program. You'll see Sylvia there for sure, but it's very big cloud of reference. So Katia already talked about why Caliban and the Witch is so important, but I think what I want to emphasize is that what Caliban and the Witch shows is how in very big strokes the witch hunts have been playing a pivotal role in reinstating the body as a mechanized tool, basically, also disowning women of their sexuality, their reproductive capacities. And also, well, it's been like the enclosures have been also part of this, no? The loss of the commons, for instance, and so on and so on. The rise of extreme poverty, for instance, is also to be traced back to this moment. And most importantly, colonialism. This was the big period where also Europe set out to the world to colonize and, in a way, traumatize and damage other continents. So I'm going to really, this is a big stroke. I have a book there of Elton Krenak, who can, from the indigenous point of view, explain this very well, much better than I can do from my positionality. So I'm leaving it at that. The witch resurfaces in this era as a very political creature, maybe more than ever. And this is also because it's in a way, it's also because the witch, let's say, or the people who sideways identified with the witch or place themselves in the realm of the witch or understand it, see how in this figure, it's not like a hyper object, but maybe like a hyper body. I don't know if you have other words, better words, please let me know. In this intersection is in the body, and it leaves like all these, imagine all these centuries of oppressions, no, of how colonized bodies have been oppressed, the women's bodies, the children's bodies, animals, and so on. All these generations of oppression leave marks in the body. The body keeps the score. In that sense, it's really been a very deep and important point to emphasize in the Wxtchcraft series as well. Also an awareness of lineages, of ancestries, and how to work with them to reclaim them and work through them. And not again as a conceptual, also maybe, and theoretical, but definitely also as a practice, as an embodied practice, which is the craft, no, supposedly. So, and this is also with the idea of with the question, how can we break with these intergenerational cycles of violence, no? The violence that's being kept given on and on through generation. This is huge work. I mean, this is not something that you will magically, obviously, break in one generation, but maybe in 4 or 5 if we keep doing the work in a very unapologetic and insistent way. So this is like the tools. As you can see, it's very big. It's only 30 minutes, but I can totally point to, for instance, the work of Stacey Haynes, The Politics of Trauma, is a very important book that talks about how these cycles of violence can be broken in the work of generations. For instance, child abuse, she really works with that, for instance. But yeah, also with the work with ancestries, I really would like to refer to you to our big archive of conversations that we have created during the course of the Studium Generale. It's in a way also what's been really key in our analysis is that there's the 4 eyes of oppression, no? The ideological, the institutional, the interpersonal, and the internalized, internal, and that they're completely entangled. You cannot like separate one level without addressing the other, which is a very difficult one because also until now, healing and trauma has been thought in a very individual way, maybe also in an interpersonal. But then when it becomes like the idea that nations can be traumatized, institutions, this is already difficult to grasp. But in a way, also the witch wants to suggest that there's definitely also something that we carry as nations, as colonizer and colonized. There is a deep, deep wound that needs to be addressed in a collective way. As long as we don't address this, the cycles of harm will continue. So I think I've been a bit like freestyling quickly to give the floor to Dayna. Here's our archive, 29 conversations that all address these topics. We've been really looking for elders, people that are hugely inspiring for this new iteration, the new granddaughters that weren't burned on the stake. I kindly invite you to have a look at them. They've been mostly hosted by people with very deep embodied practices and definitely also co-curating with them. So this has been also a way of with the 6 degrees of separation to create a movement and a community. So and now I'm also giving the floor to Dayna, who will talk specifically about the tools for interpersonal accountability.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Erika. And thanks for the invitation, Katia. I'm going to now take this subject matter closer to home and show what witchcraft and the process of healing really meant for us in a very local material situation. And also what role small-scale local zine publishing can play and could play in providing tools and being some form of tactile guidance in interpersonal accountability. Because after a publication in a Dutch newspaper in October 2020, it became painfully clear how urgent this was in our direct context. Because our academy, where this program was taking place at the time, we were already a couple of conversations in, I think. And this is a place where I was a former student. I started 15 years ago and I have been working for the last 9. Eric has been working there for the last 3. So this academy was really unsettled by a horrific reveal of a former student's persistent violence against women and people of color. And while sexual violence, and also from this person, was not necessarily news, the public attention that it received was really finally propelling many discussions and activations. And it emphasized how the justice system keeps failing to this day, and institutions involved were perpetuating and complicit to these cycles of violence. And it was only 2 weeks after that Silvia Federici, so author of Caliban and the Witch, was able to respond to this personally. And in the following fragment, she acknowledges the institutional consensus that needs to exist to undermine women's and non-conforming bodies in an interspecies capitalist hierarchy.
Control of sexuality, the way women have been forced to be ashamed of their sexuality, and the way the sexuality of women has always been considered as something that could not be expressed, that was so devalued as to be seen almost as animal-like. I say animal-like because I think I don't have a species position. I think that animals should be valued, right? But in the capitalist scheme of things, animals are devalued, and women are always compared in a way, to animals. This is one of the ways that women, so the reclaiming of our body, it's really very much part, of the political struggle to transform women's social position, our relation in society, and the position of all the non-conforming subjects, that capitalism continues, to ban, to persecute, to vilify, to criminalize, and to make vulnerable to violence. Because this devaluation is exactly, I always say that for so much individual violence, domestic violence to exist, there has to be a consensus at the institutional level. You wouldn't have so many men with such an ingrained sense of right when they abuse a woman. If they hadn't grown up with this message communicated in all kinds of ways, the women are in open territory. Women are a colony. The women's body is a colony that can be acquired, dominated, exploited without risk, with impunity.
So, like I said, it really propelled a lot of activations, and it obviously, left us with many questions. Because if behavior and artistic practice of this kind, the bad boy soul genius, is supported, endorsed, and even romanticized, how to alter this perception? And how to keep tracing a space, moving onwards, more somatically, more vulnerable from a place so devoid of care? And how to contribute to sticky, complicated, messy, transformative processes? And how to offer something to students within the intensity of a pandemic and the confrontation that the institution you spend every day at is unfit to cater your well-being. So how to begin to work towards recalibrating our individually crafted practices to more intentional collectivity. And of course, the conversations that were held were already starting to do this, but specifically for this talk, Katia asked us to talk about what role the zine played in a situation like this. Because after one semester of Wxtchcraft, the zine was initiated, which became a parallel vessel for spreading tools in a more material and tactile manner, and that could live beyond the time constraints of the conversations, and can also kind of keep referring people back to this rich digital archive that we have. So it's also a kind of portal to all these expansive subject matters. And could the making and sharing of a zine help create an embodied community in disembodied times? So, what is a zine? It's short for magazine and is a small circulation, self-published work of original or appropriated texts and images. And we have released 3 over the course of the last 1.5 years. So this was the first, the second, and the third. And they all include relevant texts, poetry, essays, a lexicon of the subject matter of that semester, expansive references, lots of found imagery, and work by KBK alumni and students. And the zines span across subjects from accountability, somatics, disability justice, animacy, re-enchantment, plant medicine, queer ecologies, sex magic, and consent. And always parallel to the conversations that were held online. But often kind of incorporating people that maybe couldn't make it to a conversation, but we've found it was really important that they should still be heard within this discourse. And today I'll mostly be referring to the first one, where accountability was central. Here you see the subject matters that the first touched upon, and also really relating to these, the 4 eyes of oppression. I'll get back to some of the tools it offered as a response to this situation a little later, which will also help clarify what is meant by accountability. So I'll just show you some imagery of the editions. And Pam, also part of the switches, is also here in the audience. We included, many works from students. There's too many to credit at the moment, but that's all accessible through the zines themselves. Just for context, it was an edition of 1,000 and freely distributed among students, sold for €4 beyond the walls of the Academy, so a tiny price, hoping to keep it accessible for many. And to be clear, it was published with funding from the Academy, yet it was fully self-initiated, and any institutional authority was fully unaware of what we were doing behind the scenes. Of course, this is really something to be wary of, though, because it can be instrumentalized by the Academy as kind of doing the work, which counts just as much for the whole program. So not only this. But really, for us, it became important to be able to use this position that we had to be able to offer back in this, really unsettling period. It was also a conscious decision to work together with students for the Riso printing production and to commission published works aligning with the Witch's values, so that at least also these funds were reaching students and alumni in times of financial hardship, as this was really peak pandemic. And what was also important was that there were no harsh deadlines, not to reinforce the high performance culture the Art Academy is so known for, and also really referencing this crypt time that you were mentioning, because it was really high time to rethink this at the same time. And so in its design, its meandering, messy forms, they were kind of scattering throughout the pages and resembling, the kind of chaotic, imprecise work that must be done in the process of healing. As we don't proclaim to provide clear-cut answers to these processes, we cannot say what to do, but just provide a kind of fragmentary collection of hints at who potentially can point us in some right directions. So now I will show you a couple of tools that we offered. Just a small selection, because we have 3 editions, but I think these are good examples of this very concrete situation. So first up is the PodMap, which is a tool created by the Bay Area Transformative Justice Collective, and specifically by Mia Mingus. So I'll read this top line aloud. Your pod is made up of the people that you would call on if violence, harm, or abuse happened to you, or the people that you would call on if you wanted support in taking accountability for violence, harm, or abuse that you've done, or if you witnessed violence, or if someone you care about was being violent or being abusive. So here it's really getting about people to sit down and really consider who their safety net is, or if this is a difficult task, to really start consciously working towards this. Because the middle is your own name, and the inner thick line circles are the people that you count on, so who is part of your pod. And the dotted lines around them are people that could be moved into your pod, but might need a little more work, or how I see it can maybe depend on different times of your life or phases that you're in. Because it's also, in an atomized society, it might be surprising how little this exists or how many people can count on this. And it's almost about consciously building informal protocols and infrastructures ourselves and not just assuming them, especially when these are so lacking in our educational institutions and justice systems. And another one which really builds off of this is also by the same person, Mia Mingus, also published in the first edition of the zine. It's the text, How to Give a Genuine Apology. And I will read quite a piece from the introduction where she lays out why being able to apologize is so important. And I know maybe listening can be a bit difficult, so I have tried to make it easy to read along a bit. So, apologizing well is a fundamental part of accountability. It is a skill that we should all understand and practice consistently. You cannot take accountability if you do not know how to apologize well. This write-up primarily focuses on apologizing to people that we care about, people with whom we want to continue to be in relationship, people who are already in our lives and with whom we have loving or caring relationships. There are many different factors in apologizing, and everything cannot be covered here. This write-up does not cover how to apologize to people to whom you've done severe harm, violence, or abuse. Nor does it cover how to apologize to people who have power over you or across significant power differences, for example. Though there are similar threads and principles that run throughout every quality apology, and I strongly recommend that people ask for support from their pod people and/or work, with an experienced transformative justice practitioner who can help you navigate the specific complexities of the situation, harm, violence, relationship, community, culture for other types of apologies. Because here we will focus on conflict, hurt, misunderstandings, small breaks in trust, and low-level harm. We begin with these because most of us do not know how to navigate these smaller experiences, and our relationships suffer or even end because of it. We stress relationship building and transformative justice work because without strong relationships, we will not be able to respond effectively to harm, violence, and abuse within our own communities. If we are not going to rely on police, prisons, or the courts, then we are the ones who will have to address things such as domestic violence, sexual assault, rape, murder, stalking, child abuse, and child sexual abuse. If we cannot handle the small things between us, how will we be able to handle the big things? And learning how to address these smaller hurts or breaks in trust can help us learn the basic skills we need to address larger harms, and it can also help to reduce and prevent larger forms of harm and violence. For example, if you cannot have a direct conversation with your friend about how they hurt your feelings or the toxic language your roommate used, then how will you be able to respond effectively to sexual violence or abuse in your community or family? So I will skip a bit, and here it's about setting the context, accountability, which kind of elucidates this subject matter a bit more specifically. Within the world of transformative justice, accountability is the ecosystem in which apologizing lives. Accountability is simultaneously complex and simple, concrete and ever-changing. Accountability is not merely confessing what you've done. It is a process that must be practiced. It operates within relationship, and though there are key common threads, accountability will look different depending on many variables such as the kind, severity, and length of harm, violence and abuse, the nature of the relationships, the quality and consistency of prior accountability work done, if any. And for most of us, we have been taught to fear accountability and struggle to know how to conceive of it outside of punishment or revenge. Accountability does not have to be scary, though it will never be easy or comfortable. And it shouldn't be comfortable. True accountability, by its very nature, should push us to grow and change, to transform, because transformation is not to be romanticized or taken lightly. Remember, true transformation requires a death and a birth, an ending and a beginning. True accountability requires vulnerability and courage, two qualities that we are not readily encouraged to practice in our society. So this goes on for a while, and I really recommend to keep reading this in the zine or on Mia's blog, Leaving Evidence. I'll now continue. This shows a bit of what else she goes into. But I'll continue with a quote by Stacey Boucher, also the person who introduced myself to Mia Mingus, and has provided a lot of insight into these subject matters after working together for a year with Casco Art Institute. They also hosted the conversation with Mia Mingus. And in this quote, which was also published in the first edition, they touch upon the problem of care and what ways it can be institutional or not, especially taking this back to art when wanting this space to be a refuge. So I'll read again. The evolutionary tinkering of care in the United States and European context, led by the most marginalized, namely Black, queer, disabled feminists, has been slowly implemented into institutions, but it continues to fall through the cracks. Plus, the kind of care we want can never be made institutional. If we would like to make the spaces of art a refuge, then the practices of those spaces must ensure that it's possible. The struggle I contend with is that there are certain aspects to this that should be solid and institutional, so care stops being individual. The problem with care is that it's too personal. The problem with care is that you often have to be implicated and affected in order to care. And the problem with care is having to ask, what if it was your mother, wife, daughter, sister? And other horrifying questions, as if that makes a difference. Now, maybe there is no problem with care itself, but a problem with individualism, or how the other side of intimate touch is violence. A problem of language, a problem of speaking and not being heard, a problem with what is not said, a problem with not having the language and tools for communicating it. And finally, I just want to end, or we want to end, with the amazing Adria Marie Brown, who also was included in our conversations, hosted by Melanie Bonayo. And this gave us a lot of insight. So after this video, we will end this presentation. Thanks a lot.
I learned a few years ago, a friend of mine, Mickey Scott Bay Jones, she put out this poem called Brave Space. And it was so elucidating for me because I had been trying to create safe spaces, and inevitably something harmful would still happen because we're not, even if we have our minds set on freedom, we are not free yet. We are not outside of the constructs. We've all been shaped by these constructs. So what Mickey put out was this idea of brave space. And it's going to be, I have a book coming out next year called Holding Change. And I got permission from her to reprint the poem in there. So if you look up Brave Space, Mickey Jones, you should be able to find it. But the idea is brave space is when we each are able to show up, taking the risk to make mistakes, to be corrected, to correct each other, to learn together. And that we sort of set down the idea of perfection, perfect space, right? Because I think that's often what people mean when they say safe space, is they mean a politically perfect space, a space where everyone aligns with me and no one's gonna say anything ableist or transphobic, or no one's gonna do anything harmful. And then something harmful happens and people are like, well, shit, I'm not safe here. And then there's that withdrawal. Even if the body stays, some aspect of the spirit that is necessary for us to move forward can withdraw. So when I'm facilitating space, a lot of what I'm looking for is, how do I create enough relationship in this space for people to feel they can be brave together?
Thank you both so much, Dayna and Erika, for opening up these portals. And yeah, also what you were saying about not having the language and tools to communicate about harm or oppression, to actually, yeah, finding a way to come up with tools and language and lexicons. And we will continue to discuss more about that very soon. First, I want to invite even more voices to the stage. So Juliette Lizotte is joining us remotely. Juliette Lizotte. Juliette, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, there you are. Thanks so much for joining us. Juliette, aka Juju Love, is a multidisciplinary artist working with video, design, music, LARP, live action role playing, and performance, inspired by feminist science fiction, manga, pop culture, and fantasy. Her recent research focuses on witches as ecofeminist figures. Learning from the subversive character of the witch, marginal, powerful, and disruptive with an unsettling relation to nature, Juliette invokes the powers of witches, their spellcasting, and their engagement with unconventional knowledges to empower bodies and minds. She's also an active member of Hackers and Designers in Amsterdam, an initiative that organizes activities at the intersection of technology, design, and art. And Juliette will now talk more about her project Sisters of the Wind, opening a world of witches in which the feminine spirit dominates and all gender expressions are celebrated. Juliette, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you so much to Erika and Dayna, who have already shared important references that were fundamental for my research and for my work. Before I start, I want to say that I am now in the ceramic studio of my friend in the south of France. So it's maybe not the ideal setting. I'm gonna try to speak a bit close to the mic so that everyone can hear me, but I cannot see anyone in the audience. I can just see my stream from very far away in the tech corner. Anyway, today I will indeed talk about my work Sisters of the Wind, which is an audiovisual project that can be experienced as a choose your own adventure installation, a performance, a LARP, or a book that weaves through 7 videos that operate as atemporal moments in the story. There are visions, dreams, apparitions that can be experienced in different orders that offer a unique experience of the story. So as visitors or as participants, you have agency and you can use it to direct the story. Before I start telling you all about the story, I want to introduce another reference important to me that we haven't talked about yet, which is Françoise Daubonne, who told us a while ago that it's better to have an appointment with women than with the apocalypse. So in the world of Sisters of the Wind, we are all sisters. And we are also witches. And we come we are in a time where the wind has destroyed everything that we once knew. And as we start the adventure, we are just living our life as a community. And I'm going to try to weave in between the story and the references that fed making this work. So I want to introduce the witch as a subversive maker at the crossroads of ecofeminism, fantasy, activism, and digital culture. The witch is a long interest of mine and that I was actually really obsessed with as a child. And at some point I had to give up on this obsession because it felt very childish maybe, and went back to it a few years ago after hearing a wonderful podcast on the French radio in 2017 on France Culture. If anyone is French and wants to listen or speaks French and wants to listen to it, it's 4 hours of this show called La Série Documentaire about witches, and it's fantastic, and it opened my eyes on how rich this character is for talking about so many topics, from feminism to politics, activism, spirituality. it's really a gate, and I've really appreciated digging into all the references that this show offered and many more that I discovered in my research. And so in the world of Sisters of the Wind, you are a witch. You pay attention to the world. In your community, the feminine spirit dominates and all gender expressions are celebrated. You believe that you are all sisters, so are all the beings around you. A bird is your sister, a rock is your sister, and so is the wind. Your magic depends on it. It carries your spells, your spirits, your dreams. So what happens when you spend a few minutes, an hour, 4 hours in this world where you act out different social dynamics with each other and the world? So what happens indeed when you're a sister and everyone around you is a sister and everything around you is a sister? So as I was saying, I invite everyone to be part of this community of witches, and this is a way of like everyone immersing into this and into their own references of what a witch can be and can be for them. But I also introduce different characters as the story goes that are different explorations of this figure. For instance, the character of the dancer in Night Flight, which is a performance and a video developed together with dancer Baird. And in this work, we have been exploring trans work through the common beliefs of witches flying on brooms at night. So in the video and in the performance, we are, through dance and music and movement, we try to translate all the entanglements between trans and transcendence, desire, sexuality, and empowerment. In the in the story of Sisters of the Wind, this moment of discovering this like night flight ritual comes in the very beginning, in the early stages, to ground the community in its culture. It's a ritual that is to celebrate our ancestry, the sisters that came before us. And so it's really like at the very beginning to set the mood, to say, this is what we come from, this is what we believe in, because in this world, some sisters have known of the world before the wind, but can't remember it very well because they were very young, and they found each other and made this community, and more sisters came that were born in the time after the wind. So all they can remember is glimpses of stories, legends, mythology, fairy tales, and their own instinctive, child, intuitive relation to the world that is very close to animistic beliefs. So that's how they develop their culture, and in this ritual, they're exploring this, this specific aspect of witchcraft. But later in the story, I'm also inviting another character, which is the one of the prophetess. And before I say more about it, we can watch a video that will tell you more about this prophetess.
The wind carried me here so I could deliver my prophecy. You care dearly about this world, and you may find the key. Sisters, can you feel it coming? It was always the end. But we are only noticing now. Is it ever too late? An unprecedented wind is rising. The legacy of past generations is intoxicating the world. The path opens for salvation. Ancient concepts known as patriarchy, capitalism, colonialism are still echoing across our damaged world, bouncing through the gates of time and space. Choices are to be made. What needs to be saved? What needs to be remembered? How to foil this bound fortune. The journey will be long, transformative, transcendental, and you will transform the world around you as you have always been doing. And I beg you never to forget that you are not displacers, you are protectors, healers, messengers. Your visions lead the way, your voices bring you closer, your spirits keep you connected, your bodies always change. You will know this new wind coming by, the unsettling sounds it will carry. At the dark moon, then, that wind will wipe out everything that lives. Accept your fate and welcome the lethal wind, as it will destroy everything that you once knew and make room for another cycle to begin. The wind will always bring you life. Or affirm your power of change and seek the magic needed to face this coming ordeal and deliver your sisters from a tragic ending in the abyss. Lay the secrets of the worlds. The unbreakable force of togetherness may lead you there. Your journey is just starting. And remember, true journey is return.
So after that video in the performance and when leading the LARP sessions, I would say, sisters, what are we going to do? And let the participants decide. So as I was saying earlier, and as you could probably hear in the prophecy that you just heard, the wind is an important character and is an allegory for the uncontrollable forces of nature. So there is this strong wind that comes and goes. And I imagine this character of the wind as an external power that we can see often as a bad power because it destroys things, or we could see it like that. But the community in this world is using this wind as a creative force too, to cast spells, for instance. So I was interested in like imagining like what happens when you recognize this type of power in life and attune to it. So that's also something that I invite participants to think along and act on during like performance and the role play in a more intensive way. So the community works with the wind, listens to it, recognizes its power and trusts it. Life is attuned to the world, even if the world provides forces that can be hostile. This was inspired by ecofeminism, That is a branch of feminism that I was particularly interested in, or still am, and comes from Françoise Daubonne coining this term in the 70s, and is bringing together women's cause to the one of ecology, arguing that both nature and women have been exploited and controlled by the patriarchy. So yeah, Françoise Daubonne invented the term and became very popular in the United States. There's a fly with me now. Hi. And she proposes that feminism and ecology come together in the essential mutation from capitalism to an anti-economic degrowth society. So already Françoise Daubonne in the 70s was very visionary. And a lot of what she said at the time is still very true today, and is quite sad that we haven't had so many changes, but still, you know, change comes slow and we should keep fighting for it. She writes in 1974 in an important book called Feminism or Death. Feminism is the whole humanity in crisis. It's the mutation of our species. It's truly the world that will change, and even more, there is no choice. If the world refuses the mutation, it is sentenced to death, a death that is coming faster, not only from the destruction of our environment, but from the overpopulation orchestrated by the male system through the management of our bodies. So in the different videos, I also, in the play and performance, in the whole project, basically, I invite to imagine communication with other than humans, or to imagine how to attune to those non-humans. So for instance, in the beginning of the play, there's an option to consult insect oracles that comes in the shape of a video that can help you attune to cycles. And you can also spend a few nights in a clearing where you experience strange dreams. Oh yeah, before I go to that, adding to Françoise Daubonne's amazing theory from the 70s, I'm very inspired by Paul Preciado, who, for instance, said on the French radio in March 2019, the emergence of a new trans-feminist anti-colonial worldwide movement that puts in the center of its fight the right for any living body to enjoy their living condition is important or relevant. And so these are things that really inspired me in developing some of the videos, and now we could watch this next one.
Feel inspired by your connection. Know that in times of joy, doubts and despair, you can always make your voices heard. Sing together and feel better, even if it sounds messy and imperfect. If your delivery is a force, witness the spark of unexpected moments of harmony and dissonance.
Oh, sorry, the video is longer than that, sorry. But it's also fine. I mean, I can also just go on. If you're interested, I can send links to people. There's 3 songs of the Mushrooms. But yeah, so thinking with and thinking or imagining how this other than humans can be also was fed a lot by science fiction and fantasy that I've been a fan of for many years, but also were like massive references to like imagine this world, but to also reimagine the world in general. So I find great inspiration in these formats, on these ways of telling stories. And I'm actually really interested in the tension between reality and fiction within the figure of the witch, and how myths and legends get to be born and become something that influence the world. And so I create characters and I invite others to embody them, but also in the context of the performance and role play, I'm really working on exploring concepts of embodiment and what it can transform in you to play out certain actions. But speaking of myth, for instance, I was very eager to look at also what are the, so basically what were the stories told before and how were they like important in like grounding our civilizations. And at some point in the story of Sisters of the Wind, I proposed to rediscover a forgotten myth. And it's actually a rewriting of the myth of Prometheus. That is a fundamental allegory of progress in the Western world, but that I rewrote for Sisters of the Wind as a new myth that is the ground for the culture of the community we are part of. So we can watch this last video.
Once upon a time, a witch was foraging in a mountain. She was looking for some wild herbs to contribute to a spell. When suddenly, she witnesses a wild scene. Prometheus, a titan stuck to a rock attacked by a bird eating their liver over and over, is screaming. The witch comes towards the rock.
You look familiar, and by the shine of your skin, I would say you are a titan. Are you Prometheus, who created mankind and got punished for giving them fire?
Prometheus confirms and says, "But who are you? You look like a goddess." The witch laughs.
I'm a witch.
What Prometheus didn't know is that after being punished, women got created, and some of them started organizing and became aware of their powers when communing with nature and each other. The witch was one of them. Prometheus is begging for help. The witch decides to release Prometheus, but what they didn't realize is that she had left a small seed of femininity that was given to her by the mountain.
You are now free from this rock. Now, back to my foraging.
The witch also didn't mention that Prometheus was still a prisoner of the mountain, and that to reach back to the world, Prometheus would have to live an unusual adventure. Walking for hours, Prometheus' belly is hurting, and eventually they decide to rest in a cave. Prometheus is in pain, crawling, hurt. Prometheus screams in despair.
What is happening to me?
The cave answers Prometheus.
You are healing. A seed was planted inside you. Relax and let it grow to your spirit. Only then will I let you go.
Prometheus falls asleep, and when waking up, finds a beautiful, shiny garment with a message from the cave.
This garment will protect your feminine spirit and help you protect all your sisters. If you remove it, you will die.
Prometheus walks out of the cave with their new protective garments, walking downhill, feeling truly fabulous. At the end of the mountain, Prometheus has to go through a charcoal tunnel. This looks like the exit. It's dark and Prometheus can't see very well, but the protective garment is showing the light. This tunnel never ends. This will be the end of me, they think, when suddenly the mountain herself speaks to Prometheus.
Prometheus, you were once a fool to create man and brave to defy the gods. Steal the fire to give it to your children. You have been released from your prison and are now the protector of feminine spirits. Before I let you go, you have to promise me one last thing. Your children are already disturbing your home, my bone, my skin, my flesh. We will all suffer from their excess. If you want to go back to the world, you will have to promise to protect us too, the non-humans. If you promise, I will make you the only key to the gate between the worlds.
Prometheus says,
I promise.
and that is how, in moments of need, one can invoke Prometheus, protector of the feminine spirits and all the non-human beings, key to the gates between the worlds.
So, in the story, as you discover this myth and knowing that Prometheus is a key between worlds, you may invoke the spirit of Prometheus and eventually you can discover something in the abyss that I'm not gonna reveal to you because otherwise you will be spoiled and will not be able to enjoy as much if you ever come see or participate in a performance or in a LARP session. But this is one of the creatures that you would encounter in the abyss. Yeah, so I'm using a lot of different video techniques from animation to like 2D animation, 3D animation, but also like film, and but also in terms of format, I borrowed to a lot of different playful and participatory and immersive formats like video games, roleplay, and LARP to explore and to build the story. So now in the latest installation of Sisters of the Wind, there is buttons, so you can also follow the story on a paper, and as you go through the story, you can decide and press buttons, and that will activate videos. And I ran a few LARP sessions that at the beginning had to happen online because of the well-known COVID pandemic. And so when I finished the project last year in February 2021, I hosted 3 roleplay sessions that happened online and were part, that became later part of a book that I made. I took these 3 different sessions that happened in Etherpad and allowed me to have like all these text saved. And I used it to make a choose your own adventure where you can slide from one world to the other. It's quite experimental, but if you are interested, I have very little copies left, so you can hit me up. But I also ran a couple sessions in person as actually a LARP. A LARP is a live action roleplay. It's a role-playing game in which you physically embody your character in a space that becomes a stage for fiction, social and somatic exploration. Yeah, I mean, usually there can be a quest, a common goal, and a lot of different interactions between players. It really depends on the game mechanism, and the length can vary from like a couple hours to days of LARPing in character. in the last session at Nest as part of the show Every Moment at Junction that Erika already mentioned earlier. And also in the online version, we first spent 2 hours workshopping together the world of Sisters of the Wind. So going through the different things that make this world and expanding it together. So who is your character? What is your geography? What is your history as a community? But also what is magic? What kind of magic you practice? So everyone gets a character card with a skill, but you don't, like, it has a basic definition of what the skill is, but all together you decide what it actually means and what do you use to operate it or to, activate it. And later on also, like, how do you express yourself as your character? So that was like particularly interesting as a written format, but also can be interesting in a physical version, as you can dress up, for instance, or put makeup on. So basically this project exists in a lot of different ways, as a LARP, but also as shorter performances. I also made an online version for a show, an online show last year for Impact. And it all revolves around this idea that you choose your own adventure. And I've presented the project in different locations and tried to make new ways of like approaching the work. So it's still growing. And I also, so this is the publication that came out before the summer last year and was launched in Brussels in September. And so I really also see this as a framework for other videos and even other formats to exist, and as a way to explore together collectively this world and these themes. And I think I will end here and leave some space for some questions and discussions all together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juliette, for opening even more portals and keys. And I really loved also like these choreographies of transformation, which I think also resonated with some of the choreographies in previous sessions of how to attune to non-humans. Erika and Dayna, can I invite you also to the stage? And actually, I would love to I have many questions, but I would love to break also this architecture of the stage and this room of sisters. We have microphones, but I would love to also hand the microphone to you. So I'll just start with a few questions and then please interrupt me or I'll come to you also. Maybe I wanted to first come back again. Okay, so I think we will go in cycles as we have been addressing, like attuning to cycles. Juliette, you, but also Erika and Dayna. Because to come back maybe to the curriculum or the Wxtchcraft program, which had, I think, 2 cycles so far, the spring cycle and fall cycle.
4 cycles.
4 cycles, yeah.
2 years.
2 years, exactly.
Incredible
so
luxury to have 2 full years to flesh out, and we could have gone on for sure, yeah.
Yeah, and do you want to say a bit more about these different cycles and how they informed? For instance, there was the cycle of reclaiming the witch, and then the other cycle, the poison and the remedies.
Yeah, I think the first, reclaiming the witch, was really like a putting like a peg, in the soil. Like, okay, here's reclaiming the witch, and we were extremely lucky that. This is one of the things that Zoom opened up. No, it's very accessible, but you can also suddenly reach like incredible speakers who are all at home. All their live gigs were cancelled, of course, and suddenly we had like Adrienne Marie Brown, Silvia Federici, Johanna Hedva, Denise Freire da Silva. Sorry, it's a lot of name dropping, but it's amazing group, and it's really set. A beautiful palette, a spectrum of voices. And then, as Dayna explained, you know, our academy was hit very hard by what I would say like a big institutional crisis. It's not to be underestimated what this meant, no, because it really exposed a whole culture of unsafety that is not only the KBK, not only the Royal Academy of the Arts, but pervasive. So this made us really aware, like, okay, we're onto something. And it was already discussed in Adria Marie Brown lecture. It was literally 2 days before the article in the NRC came out. And she was already addressing that we don't want call-outs, we want consequences. So call-outs is a bit good to give a bit of context. We also talk about this in the cycle, the difference between calling out and calling in. So calling out is basically a tool that is very useful when you have like marginalized groups that institutionally have no power or little power. And then calling out means that it's the way you can expose when there's a very like I would say hostile environment. If it's within a community, calling out can be damaging. In fact, if you're in a community that tries to be a brave space, calling in, it means that you have all kinds of mechanisms for accountability that Dayna has already discussed, to see if you can address harms, because harms are unavoidable. But of course, you know, in the KBK, what happened was very different. No, we were talking about violence of this alumni that was going on for 14 years. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know people are here that know the details better, but even longer. No. So this was definitely a pathway that we decided to continue into the next cycle, that it was called The Poisons, The Remedies. So there we went deeper into notions of transformative justice, accountability practices, and so on. But at the same time, there was also a deeper, I would say, ontological question, well, that also was discussed in Silvia Federici, but it also opens up like the notion of knowledges, no, plural. There's a pluriverse. There's an idea of that we are really trying to unpack this idea of universalism. Also, when in the previous talk it was talked about like how can we make queer practices universal, and I was like, that sits not very well. You know, universalism is a tool of white supremacies, colonial white supremacy, saying like, this is our truth, this is the rationality, this is progress. Well, I mean, I'm going to show a book, this one. Very thin, ideas to postpone the end of the world. This is Elton Krenak, a hugely influential figure in Brazil, has set up like, a bit like the United Nations of Indigenous Cultures, has been instrumental in safeguarding big parts of the Amazon for indigenous cultures. And, well, he says it better than I will ever, so I really refer to that. So that's another line, the ecofeminism, and especially the queer ecofeminism. So again, bringing together different lines of inquiry that cannot be separated one from another. Also, like queer ecofeminism, no, the idea of how nature has been feminized, made like the territory that Silvia Federici was talking about, like a territory to be exploited, to be raped. It's really been used, those words, no? The colonies is like a feminine body to be deflowered, things like this, no? But also indigenous peoples have been made like closer to nature, and therefore they need to be civilized, you know, made civil, made more human. It's a very big topic. So we've been having like the transformative justice strand, you could say, addressing harm in communities. That is also definitely part of the craft. but also addressing how to re-enchant a world when it's very difficult. We live in a very disenchanting world, and I think the pandemic has been a very disenchanting moment, or making it deeper, this sense of disenchantment. So yeah, and then let me think. The third cycle was about ancestries. Yeah, this is, I think, also a very important point, because the witch, the reclaimed witch in this contemporary moment, has been very big in BIPOC communities, so communities of color. Black, indigenous, brown communities of color, and for a reason, because it's also a way to address intergenerational racial trauma, but also reconnecting to ancestries. And well, I mean, I assume that Octavia Butler is known here, but Octavia Butler is very widely read within the witch communities, because what is very beautiful about this speculative fiction is also how Octavia gives like tools to reimagine how you could revisit your ancestries and do some healing work there in a very speculative way, you know. And this is all like also what Juliette does, no? How through games, through imaginings, through LARPing, but definitely also speculative tools, we can revisit these lineages and realign ourselves. Wow, I don't know, much to be talked about. So, oh, and sorry, the last, I swear to God, this is the last, the last cycle is very entangled with Melanie Bonayo's work in Venice Biennale. Also revisiting again the video that we just saw of Silvia Federici, how this whole, white human suprematist thinking has been also explicitly erotophobic, you know? So the disavowing the body with its eroticism, and and how this reclaiming your body and your erotics in a very maybe queered way. There's also a lot to be said about that. Has been a big part of the craft. So that's also why we thought like it's a beautiful arc to do like 4 cycles, ending with also Venice Biennale, the exhibition in Nest, and then it's also a moment to give it to the world and be like, okay, the witch flies on. But the struggles definitely will persist. No, I mean, this is like, a huge task, I see, collective task. So, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for opening up this dramaturgical carpet. That image really stuck with me, this carpet with all of these books that are, and I think this figure of the witch is a portal in itself too. But I also want to talk a bit more about what you mentioned, the tools, and also Juliette, in your work, the tools that you're using. So you're working within different media such as video, design, music, live action role playing, and performance, like these choreographies of transformation that we saw in your videos. Actually, so this is the last session of the conference, but we've started the festival on Thursday at 6 p.m. with a performance by Omsk Social Club from Berlin and Lemon Boy, who are also using this role play and sometimes like very like long durational performances of sometimes 52 days. Or and Juliette, I wanted to ask you about the tools that you're using and why they are. I mean, they also involve. You're also part of Hackers and Designers, of course, so you're also critically using technology. And so what are, like, how do you choose the tools and why are they working now for this, in this particular moment of the pandemic, or, as portals maybe?
Yeah, well, I mean, I see tools in many things. So, of course, like, I think that fiction as a tool is very interesting and very powerful to open portals to think like different narratives and to imagine different ways of being together and to the world. And but in terms of like tools to, I don't know, like I say, physical tools, Yeah, I mean, within my practice with hackers and designers, I've been using a lot of open source technologies and or building our own tools that then we leave for access to others, so contributing to the open source world. And I try also for my own practice to like be critical about the tools I use, but it's not always very easy when you do like video work. And I have to say, for instance, that like I've been spending a lot of time trying to figure out what would be, for instance, like the most ethical camera to use, which is very hard. So if anyone knows, please get in touch. But in terms of, like for instance, with the sessions that I hosted online due to the pandemic, I was using Jitsi, which is a video call tool that is open source. And I was using Etherpad, which is a collaborative note-taking tool that we also use a lot with hackers and designers, and I use for myself also a lot. And it's a tool where you can just like all write together, and it's quite nice because every participant has a different color, so it also creates this very nice visual and like colorful, like moments of being together and of like co-writing. So in a context of like a world building workshop or a role play in this space, it's like very exciting how things unfold in a very quick way and become like a story with like a lot of different input. I don't know if I can add anything to that, but that's for the tools.
Yeah, for sure. And then, Dayna, you've been introducing us to the tool of the zine. I thought it was really beautiful because zines are always like, you give them to someone, it's like with this very intimate connection, and suddenly the zine was on the screen, like blown up. You already talked, about like the history of the zine, as fanzines were created also in science fiction fandoms since the 1930s. And they kind of, like before the internet, already allowed fans to create networks and share ideas and collaborate on writing and art. And do you want to say even a bit more about the zine as a tool for collectivity, but also maybe about the particular way in which you have designed the zine, which really kind of offers a way to inhabit this world of mutation already. On the one hand, I think it also exposes some of these extreme poisons of the capitalist scene. Like there's images of like data centers and examples of like cancel culture or other forms, of course, that you already addressed of systemic violence, but also these remedies. Or I also loved like the pod mapping and this, invitation to start with our immediate networks for support. I also have to think back of the previous session, but do you want to elaborate more on your like design decisions as well in the zine?
Yeah, maybe first about like the zine being as a tool as collectivity or for collectivity. I think there's a couple of things in there that happened. Of course, like what you said about the materiality, it's something that you can really pass on to others, and we initiated it in a time of peak pandemic, so everyone was in isolation, so it became this very material, something that you could pass on and really come back to, and can also like live on afterwards, and be this reference to our digital archive. But there was also a kind of reciprocity happening there, because in one way it was kind of observing what practices were already present in the KBK relating to the witch, but maybe not literally relating to the witch. So it was kind of trying to connect lots of practices that maybe were not initially seen through that lens, but could maybe notice, this is addressing like the same structural problem. So if we would put this together and see this through this lens, can we kind of create a community in that, so whoever is maybe published in it. But then on the other hand, there's also, of course, publishing and speakers' works, but also people that were maybe not able to come and join us, and we would publish parts of them. So it was like this reciprocity between who was already in the community, but also like bringing in these voices. But then also, like within the tools, like the ones that I mentioned in the presentation, it's really about enacting some community. So with this pod mapping, it's like really getting people to sit down and connect with their community. Or with the how to give a genuine apology, it's like, okay, really sitting down and who do I need to apologize to, perhaps. So that, I guess that's the collectivity part. And then design-wise, I guess, yeah, it was all done a bit intuitively. But I think it really relates to the imprecision of all these processes, and that we don't have to be perfectionist about it, and everything is just almost very messy, and like it skips and starts. It starts on different pages. It maybe skips a whole part, and then it's told to read like further somewhere else, and it's really creating these spaces. Like a lot of the typography is maybe just shoved away to like create space for things. And I guess in that way there is some kind of poisons of pages, like poisoning other pages or mutating from other texts, and like all these hints at all the complexity of all these subjects, and not really having these clear-cut answers, but more just allowing these hints at what can help us.
I have more questions, but I would like to ask you if you have any questions. We're all under the spell of... Well then, you mentioned a few times the notion of crypt time already. And I think in your introduction, indeed, you also say that the Wxtchcraft program was an invitation to take some crypt time. And maybe, Dayna, you want to read also from the zine. I mean, I also have it here, but I think you could. It's nice to read it maybe too. But maybe as a question to, I think you both, but also Erika, like how you work as a curator with institutions, as you were saying in this very particular, in this case, the KBK, it also has its own rhythms and clocks and modes of production and forms of violence as well, but how to allow for this slower and more attentive pace and type of time to think and practice collectively.
To begin with, it's very complicated to do crypt time in institutions that
maybe we should actually read a bit more about
maybe we have because we created these lexicons for each semester, and they really try, and obviously you can never have this one definition for one word, but we try to find quotes from all these different speakers or references that could allow a bit of insight into them. But about crypt time, this is from Ellen Samuels. So when disabled folks talk about crypt time, sometimes we just mean that we're late all the time. Maybe because we need more sleep than non-disabled people. Maybe because the accessible gate in the train station was locked. But other times when we talk about crypt time, we mean something more beautiful and forgiving. We mean we live our lives with a flexible approach to normative timeframes, like work schedules, deadlines, or even just waking and sleeping. My friend Alison Kafer says that rather than bend disabled bodies and minds to meet the clock, crypt time bends the clock to meet disabled bodies and minds. I have embraced this beautiful notion for many years, living within the embrace of crypt time that lets me define my own normal.
Yeah, great, isn't it? I love it. Yay! It's of course, it's very, as a curator, it's very complicated because you need to feed the institutional machine with material so it starts working, and otherwise, if you don't feed it, you'll have you create complications for your teams as well, the communication team, the production team. I mean, I'm thinking about KWK, but also other institutions I've worked. So maybe it's caring towards the speaker, but maybe it will be less caring to other teams. So this is difficult to navigate, but nonetheless, you know, this is, I think, also the role you have as a curator to see, okay, where is the most care met from all sides, no? Specifically for this program, I think it was the second cycle, I don't know, or more cycles, and the program wasn't finished. It was very simple. It's that, like, the semester started, and I mean, I can be chasing people and feel like a stalker, or I can be like, they'll come in due time. And then we just basically communicate like, okay, well, these are the confirmed names, and trust us, the program will be great. It's going to be great. But it's not like the full list and tip-top, perfect in shape, and so the whole marketing machine can just like, you know. So this is a little bit the imperfection that you have to allow to begin with, and opgejaagde, that you're not feeling like a bit jittery about this. And also be very, like, the format that we did was conversations. Also a bit with this idea, like, conversations with friends. Also because it's nice to be talking, well, I mean, the Jasper's here, but I think all hosts have been inviting people that they have been wanting to talk with in a very, soft, warm, I would say, exchange. And this was, I felt this was very nice in the pandemic time, also not to be in this kind of high-performing grind mode. So, there are ways to go around this, no? And also not that we just present like facades of ourselves, like, this is me, representant. We're just also like very fallible bodies with pains and headaches that are not over, like in my case right now, you know? So, this is also showing some vulnerability while we're doing just the best we can within our capacities. Also, a lot of speakers now are adding like a reply like, hey, I'll respond, but within my capacity. And there's also one Instagram page or platform called the Nap Ministry of Trisha Hersey that I can really recommend to people to look into, because this is about like how you can interrupt this grind culture and henceforth also white supremacy by taking time to rest. And this is easier said than done. And of course she knows it, so also be forgiving about the fact that you will not rest enough. So this is all like cycles of self-forgiveness within a system that is not very like forgiving or conductive to rest, especially in the arts. But that's another discussion. The precarity of the arts. Woo-hoo. So I don't know. This is a bit some words on crib time and curation.
And I can also add to that, because I think it's also, a content question. Like, what do you? I mean, for us, it was also one of the reasons why we thought of the zine, because it was a way of also rethinking the program booklet, so that not having to chase people to know exactly what they will be talking about, or like allowing a lot of improvisation and not having to work with like harsh print deadlines. And with this, it was like a way that it could exist parallel to the conversations and not have to focus on, okay, what is the title, what is the time, what is the, and that we could allow that kind of messiness in that to just stay, and we could only just digitally maybe present that when it was necessary. And also working with students in like the printing production was also really related to that. I mean, we allowed that to just kind of unfold when it finished. So yeah, what do you think of vessels for information? And I think that helps in that sense.
Yeah. I hate to bring in back the clock time that we're also still dealing with, and okay, we have one question, and that will be our final question before the nap time almost emerges.
It's also not like a really complicated question. Like, I see those zines stacked there on the table. Did you happen to bring any that we could purchase?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
These are
we
for
brought them if people
for
want.
giveaway, but
The real question. Or like in relation. Hi Juliette. Hi Dayna. Hi Erika. We know each other quite well. I was wondering also just in relation to, or for the audience perhaps, first to Erika and Dayna, could you talk a little bit about how this community building has, developed, particularly in relation to the students? So how has this program been received by the students? How do they relate to the tools that you distribute and offer through the zine? In a very direct way. That would be my question to you, I think. And also, in relation to that, do you also bump into struggles, right? Are there students that have no way of engaging with the material that you're offering, etc.? And then perhaps to Juliette, thank you also for this really wonderful presentation. I think earlier today in different talks, this notion of collaboration within artistic practice became quite an important topic of conversation. Running a collaborative practice myself, I also know that it's sometimes quite difficult. Even the funding infrastructure for artistic production is very much, focused on individual kind of artistic genius making. My question to you is, what are the struggles or even tips that you encounter or work through in all the kind of different networks that you also are involved in as a maker?
Thanks so much. Maybe first Juliette.
Great. So, thank you for the question. I don't know if I have tips. I'm still figuring it out, but I think it is true that it's not very well arranged to build like a collaborative practice or work with a lot of different collaborators. But in the context of hackers and designers, for instance, it's a bit easier because we organize activities and it's a bit of a different landscape for cultural programming. But as for myself, so far, I actually was able to develop this project with the grant, the talent development of the Stimulating Funds in 2019. It involved so many people that I collaborated with, that I got advice by, and of course, the money that I received from Stimulating Funds was a great support, but definitely not enough to actually make the work happen. And to this day, I don't really know how to change this so that there can be more money to produce such works and also to support each other, because I think for me that's what's really important. Is if I get a grant for a project, I don't really want to first it's impossible to do everything all by yourself, but in this it's just also so nice to be able to just distribute this resource and bring together a much more rich world, visual world. But I think it's also, I don't know, I think there's a bit of a problem right now when I'm still applying for fundings for next projects, and I'm making budgets, and I'm this is ridiculous. The money that I could get is so ridiculous for the amount of work that everyone would actually have to do. So I don't really know how to solve this problem yet. I think more grants is an option, but it's not so easy.
And maybe for the questions to Dayna and Erika, I'm super sad, but maybe we can find a way that we don't sort of end the conversation here, but that we continue outside, as this very space has to close, unfortunately. So yeah, so this is just sort of a in-between moment, and I want to thank you so much because it's really important.
I'm more asking it for the rest because actually I know them very well.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
in a way, it would be nice for the audience.
Like, how are we on time, Jaro? So should we all just continue outside then, or?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yay!
Yeah. Thank you so much. Dayna, Erika en Juliette. Juliette is already come.
Mag ik nu dit ding uit? Nee.
Ja.
you.